Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Chapter 1 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. Superciliousness is not safe after all, because a person who forms the habit of wearing it may someday find his lower lip grown permanently projected beyond the upper, so that he can't get it back, and must go through life looking like the King of Spain. This was once foretold as a probable culmination of Florence Atwater's still plastic profile, if Florence didn't change her way of thinking, and upon Florence's remarking dreamily that the King of Spain was an awfully handsome man, her mother retorted, "But not for a girl!" She meant, of course, that a girl who looked too much like the King of Spain would not be handsome, but her daughter decided to misunderstand her. "Why, mamma, he's my very ideal. I'd marry him tomorrow." Mrs. Atwater paused in her darning and let the stocking collapse flaccidly into the work-basket in her lap. "Not at barely 13, would you?" she said. "It seems to me you're just a shade too young to be marrying a man who's already got a wife and several children. Where did you pick up that 'I'd marry him tomorrow,' Florence?" "Oh, I hear that everywhere," returned the damsel lightly. "Everybody says things like that. I heard Aunt Julia say it. I heard Kitty Silver say it." "About the King of Spain?" Mrs. Atwater inquired. "I don't know who they were saying it about," said Florence, "but they were saying it. I don't mean they were saying it together. I heard one say it one time and the other say it some other time. I think Kitty Silver was saying it about some colored man. She probably wouldn't want to marry any white man. At least I don't expect she would. She's been married to a couple of colored men, anyhow, and she was married twice to one of 'em, and the other one died in between. Anyhow, that's what she told me. She weighed over 200 pounds the first time she was married, and she weighed over 270 the last time she was married to the first one over again. But she says she don't know how much she weighed when she was married to the one in between. She says she never got weighed all the time she was married to that one. Did Kitty Silver ever tell you that, mamma?" "Yes, often," Mrs. Atwater replied. "I don't think it's very entertaining. And it's not what we were talking about. I was trying to tell you—" "I know," Florence interrupted. "You said I'd get my face so's my underlip wouldn't go back where it ought to, if I didn't quit turning up my nose at people I think are beneath contempt. I guess the best thing would be to just feel that way without letting on by my face, and then there wouldn't be any danger." "No," said Mrs. Atwater, "that's not what I meant. You mustn't let your feelings get their nose turned up, or their underlip out, either, because feelings can grow warped just as well as—" But her remarks had already caused her daughter to follow a trail of thought divergent from the main road along which the mother feebly struggled to progress. "Mamma," said Florence, "do you believe it's true if a person swallows an apple seed, or a lemon seed, or a watermelon seed, for instance, do you think they'd have a tree grow up inside of 'em? Henry Reuter said it would, yesterday." Mrs. Atwater looked a little anxious. "Did you swallow some sort of seed?" "It was only some grape seeds, mamma, and you needn't think I'd got to take anything for it, because I've swallowed 1,000,000, I guess, in my time." "In your time?" her mother repeated, seemingly mystified. "Yes, and so have you and papa," Florence went on. "I've seen you when you ate grapes. Henry said maybe not, about grapes, because I told him all what I've just been telling you, mamma, how I must have swallowed 1,000,000 in my time, and he said grape seeds weren't big enough to get a good holt, but he said if I was to swallow an apple seed, a tree would start up, and in a year or two, maybe, it would grow up so I couldn't get my mouth shut on account of the branches." "Nonsense!" "Henry said another boy told him, but he said You could ask anybody, and they'd tell you it was true. Henry said this boy that told him's uncle died of it when he was 11 years old, and this boy knew a grown woman that was pretty sick from it right now. I expect Henry wasn't telling such a falsehood about it, mamma, but probably this boy did, because I didn't believe it for a minute. Henry Rooter says he never told a lie yet in his whole life, mamma, and he wasn't going to begin now." She paused for a moment, then added, "I don't believe a word he says." She continued to meditate disapprovingly upon Henry Rooter. "Old thing," she murmured gloomily, for she had indeed known moments of apprehension concerning the grape-seeds. "Nothing but an old thing, what he is," she repeated inaudibly. "Florence," said Mrs. Atwater, "don't you want to slip over to grandpa's and ask Aunt Julia if she has a very large darning needle? And don't forget not to look supercilious when you meet people on the way. Even your grandfather has been noticing it, and he was the one that spoke of it to me. Don't forget." "Yes'm." Florence went out of the house somewhat moodily, but afternoon sunshine enlivened her, and opening the picket gate she stepped forth with a fair renewal of her chosen manner toward the public, though just at that moment no public was in sight. Miss Atwater's underlip resumed the position for which her mother had predicted that a regal Spanish fixity, and her eyebrows and nose were all three perceptibly elevated. At the same time her eyelids were half lowered, while the corners of her mouth somewhat deepened, as by a veiled mirth, so that this well-dressed child strolled down the shady sidewalk wearing an expression not merely of high-bred contempt, but also of mysterious derision. It was an expression that should have put any pedestrian in his place, and it seems a pity that the long street before her appeared to be empty of human life. No one even so much as glanced from a window of any of the comfortable houses set back at the end of their front walks, and basking amid pleasant lawns. For naturally this was the best residence street in the town, since all the Atwaters and other relatives of Florence dwelt there. Happily an old gentleman turned a corner before she had gone 100 yards, and as he turned in her direction it became certain that they would meet. He was a stranger. That is to say, he was unknown to Florence, and he was well dressed, while his appearance of age, probably at least 40 or 60 or something, indicated that he might have sense enough to be interested in other interesting persons. An extraordinary change took place upon the surface of Florence Atwater. All superciliousness and derision of the world vanished. Her eyes opened wide, and into them came a look at once far away and intently fixed. Also a frown of concentration appeared upon her brow, and her lips moved silently, but with rapidity, as if she repeated to herself something of almost tragic import. Florence had recently read a newspaper account of the earlier struggles of a now successful actress. As a girl, this determined genius went about the streets repeating the lines of various roles to herself, constantly rehearsing, in fact, upon the public thoroughfares, so carried away was she by her intended profession, and so set upon becoming famous. This was what Florence was doing now, except that she rehearsed no role in particular, and the words formed by her lips were neither sequential nor consequential, being, in fact, the following: "Oh, the darkness! Never, never, never! You couldn't! He wouldn't! Ah, mother, where the river swings so slowly! Ah, no!" Nevertheless, she was doing all she could for the elderly stranger, and as they came closer, encountered, and passed on, she had the definite impression that he did indeed take her to be a struggling young actress who would some day be famous, and then he might see her on a night of triumph and recognize her as the girl he had passed on the street that day, so long ago. But by this time the episode was concluded. The footsteps of him for whom she was performing had become inaudible behind her, and she began to forget him. which was as well, since he went out of her life then, and the two never met again. The struggling young actress disappeared, and the previous superiority was resumed. It became elaborately emphasized as a boy of her own age emerged from the side yard of a house at the next corner and came into her view. The boy caught sight of Florence in plenty of time to observe this emphasis, which was all too obviously produced by her sensations at sight of himself; and after staring at her for a moment, he allowed his own expression to become one of painful fatigue. Then he slowly swung about, as if to return into that side yard obscurity whence he had come, making clear by this pantomime that he reciprocally found the sight of her insufferable. In truth, he did, for he was not only her neighbor but her first cousin as well, and a short month older, though taller than she, tall beyond his years, taller than need be, in fact, and still in knickerbockers. However, his parents may not have been mistaken in the matter, for it was plain that he looked as well in knickerbockers as he could have looked in anything. He had no visible beauty, though it was possible to hope for him that by the time he reached manhood he would be more tightly put together than he seemed at present. And indeed he himself appeared to have some consciousness of insecurity in the fastenings of his members, for it was his habit, observable even now as he turned to avoid Miss Atwater, to haul at himself, to sag and hitch about inside his clothes, and to corkscrew his neck against the swathing of his collar. And yet there were times, as the most affectionate of his aunts had remarked, when, for a moment or so, he appeared to be almost knowing, and seeing him walking before her, she had almost taken him for a young man, and sometimes he said something in a settled kind of way that was almost adult. This fondest aunt went on to add, however, that of course the next minute after one of these fleeting spells he was sure to be overtaken by his more accustomed moods, when his eye would again fix itself with fundamental aimlessness upon nothing. In brief, he was at the age when he spent most of his time changing his mind about things, or rather when his mind spent most of its time changing him about things, and this was what happened now. After turning his back on the hateful sight well known to him as his cousin Florence at her freshest, he turned again, came forth from his place of residence, and joining her upon the pavement, walked beside her, accompanying her without greeting or inquiry. His expression of fatigue, indicating her insufferableness, had not abated; neither had her air of being a duchess looking at bugs. "You are a pretty one," he said, but his intention was perceived to be far indeed from his words. "Oh, am I, Mr. Herbert Atwater?" Florence responded. "I'm awfully glad you think so." "I mean about what Henry Rooter said," her cousin explained. "Henry Rooter told me he made you believe you were goin' to have a grapevine climbin' up from inside of you because you ate some grapes with the seeds in 'em. He says you thought you'd have to get a carpenter to build a little arbor so you could swallow it for the grapevine to grow on. He says—" Florence had become an angry pink. "That little Henry Rooter is the worst falsehooder in this town, and I never believed a word he said in his life. Anyway, what affair is it of yours? I'd like you to please be so kind and obliging for to tell me, Mr. Herbert Illingsworth Atwater, Esquire." "What affairs?" Herbert echoed in plaintive satire. "What affairs is it of mine? That's just the trouble. It's got to be my affairs because you're my first cousin. My goodness, I didn't have anything to do with you being my cousin, did I?" "Well, I didn't." "That's neither here nor there," said Herbert. "What I want to know is, how long you gonna keep this up?" "Keep what up?" "I mean, how do you think I like having somebody like Henry Rooter comin' around me tellin' that what they made a cousin of mine believe, and more than 13 years old, goin' on 14, ever since about a month ago?" Florence shouted, "Oh, for goodness sakes!" then moderated the volume, but not the intensity, of her tone. "Kindly reply to this. Whoever asked you to come and take a walk with me today?" Herbert protested to heaven. "Why, I wouldn't take a walk with you if every policeman in this town tried to make me. I wouldn't take a walk with you if they brought a million horses and—" "I wouldn't take a walk with you," Florence interrupted, "if they brought a million horses and cows and camels and—" "No, you wouldn't," Herbert said. "Not if I could help it." But by this time Florence had regained her derisive superciliousness. "There's a few things you could help," she said, and the incautious Herbert challenged her with the inquiry she desired. "What could I help?" "I should think you could help bumping into me every second when I'm taking a walk on my own affairs, and walk along on your own side of the sidewalk, anyway, and not be so awkward a person has to keep tripping over you about every time I try to take a step." Herbert withdrew temporarily to his own side of the pavement. "Who?" he demanded hotly. "Who says I'm awkward?" "All the family!" Miss Atwater returned, with a light but infuriating laugh. "You bump into 'em sideways and keep getting half in front of 'em whenever they try to take a step, and then when it looks as if they'd pretty near fall over you—" "You look here!" "And besides all that," Florence went on, undisturbed, "why, you generally keep kind of snorting or somep'n, and then making all those noises in your neck. You weren't doing it at grandpa's last Sunday dinner, because every time there wasn't anybody talking, why, everybody could hear you plain as everything, and you ought to have seen grandpa look at you. He looked as if you'd set him crazy if you didn't quit that chuttering and cluckling." Herbert's expression partook of a furious astonishment. "I don't any such thing!" he burst out. "I guess I wouldn't talk much about last Sunday dinner if I was you, neither. Who got caught eating off the ice cream freezer spoon out on the back porch, if you please? Yes, and I guess you better study a little grammar while you're at it. There's no such words in the English language as cluckling and chuttering." "I don't care what language they're in," the stubborn Florence insisted. "It's what you do, just the same. Cluckling and chuttering." Herbert's manners went to pieces. "Oh, dry up!" he bellowed. "That's a nice way to talk. So gentlemanly." "Well, you try to be a lady, then." "Try?" Florence echoed. "Well, after all, I'll just politely thank you to dry up yourself, Mr. Herbert Atwater." At this, Herbert became moody. "Oh, puf!" he said, and for some moments walked in silence. Then he asked, "Where you going, Florence?" The damsel paused at a gate opening upon a broad lawn evenly divided by a brick walk that led to the white painted wooden veranda of an ample and honest old brick house. "Right there, to grandpa's, since you have to know," she said. "And thank you for your delightful company, which I never ask for, if you care to hear the truth for once in your life." Herbert meditated. "Well, I got nothing else to do, as I know of," he said. "Let's go around to the back door so's to see if Kitty Silver's got anything." Then, not amiably, but at least inconsequently, they passed inside the gate together. Their brows were fairly unclouded. No special marks of conflict remained, for they had met and conversed in a manner customary rather than unusual. They followed a branch of the brick walk and passed round the south side of the house, where a small orchard of apple trees showed generous promise. Hundreds of gay little round apples among the leaves glanced the high lights to and fro on their polished green cheeks as a breeze hopped through the yard, while the shade beneath them trembled with coquettishly moving disks of sunshine like golden plates. A pattern of orange light and blue shadow was laid like a fanciful plaid over the lattice and the wide, slightly sagging steps of the elderly back porch, and here, taking her ease upon these steps, sat a middle-aged colored woman of continental proportions. Beyond all contest, She was the largest colored woman in that town, though her height was not unusual, and she had a rather small face. That is to say, as Florence had once explained to her, her face was small, but the other parts of her head were terribly wide. Beside her was a circular brown basket, of a type suggesting arts and crafts. It was made with a cover, and there was a bow of brown silk upon the handle. "What you been up to today, Kitty Silver?" Herbert asked genially. "Anything special?" For this was the sequel to his "So's we can see if Kitty Silver's got anything." But Mrs. Silver discouraged him. "No, I ain't," she replied. "I ain't, and I ain't goin' to." "I thought you pretty near always made cookies on Tuesday," he said. "Well, I ain't this Tuesday," said Kitty Silver. "I ain't, and I ain't goin' to. You might dess well go on home now. I ain't, and I ain't goin' to." Docility was no element of Mrs. Silver's present mood, and Herbert's hopeful eyes became blank as his gaze wandered from her head to the brown basket beside her. The basket did not interest him. The ribbon gave it a quality almost at once excluding it from its consciousness. On the contrary, the ribbon had drawn Florence's attention, and she stared at the basket eagerly. "What you got in there, Kitty Silver?" she asked. "What I got where? In that basket? Nemmine what I got in that basket," said Mrs. Silver crossly, but added inconsistently, "I dess wish somebody asked me what I got in that basket. I ain't got no cat wash woman for nobody." "Cats!" Florence cried. "Are there cats in that basket, Kitty Silver? Let's look at 'em." The lid of the basket, lifted by the eager, slim hand of Miss Atwater, rose to disclose two cats of an age slightly beyond kittenhood. They were of a breed unfamiliar to Florence, and she did not obey the impulse that usually makes a girl seize upon any young cat at sight and caress it. Instead, she looked at them with some perplexity, and after a moment inquired, "Are they really cats, Kitty Silver, do you believe?" "Cat's what you done told me," the colored woman replied. "You better shet lid down. You don't want 'em run away, 'cause they ain't used to livin' in a basket yit, and no matter what kind o' cats they is or they isn't, one thing true, they wild cats." "But what makes their hair so long?" Florence said. "I never saw cats with hair a couple of inches long like that." "Miss Julia say they Berjum cats." "What?" "I ain't tellin' no more'n she told me. You' aunt say they Berjum cats." "Persian," said Herbert. "That's nothing. I've seen plenty Persian cats. My goodness, I should think you'd seen a Persian cat at your age, 13 going on 14." "Well, I have seen Persian cats plenty times, I guess," Florence said. "I thought Persian cats were white, and these are kind of gray." At this, Kitty Silver permitted herself to utter an embittered laugh. "Huh, you wrong," she said. "These cats, they white, yes'm." "Why, they aren't either. They're gray as " "No'm," said Mrs. Silver. "They plumb spang white, else you' Aunt Julia gone out her mind. Me or her, one. I say, Miss Julia, them gray cats. White, she say. Them two cats is white cats, she say. Them cats been crated, she say. They been livin' in a crate on a dirty express train for 3-4 days, she say. Them cats got all smoke up that-a-way, she say. No'm, Miss Julia, I say. No'm, Miss Julia, they ain't no train, I say. They ain't no train can take an' smoke two white cats up like these cats so they's hair is gray clean plumb up to they hide. You better put the lid down, I tell you." Florence complied, just in time to prevent one of the young cats from leaping out of the basket, but she did not fasten the cover. Instead, she knelt, and, allowing a space of half an inch to intervene between the basket and the rim of the cover, peered within at the occupants. "I believe the one to this side's a he," she said. "It's got greenisher eyes than the other one. That's the way you can always tell. I believe this one's a he, and the other one's a she." "I ain't steadyin' 'bout no he and she." "What did Aunt Julia say?" Florence asked. "What you Aunt Julia say when?" when you told her these were gray cats and not white cats." "She told me take and clean 'em," said Kitty Silver. She say she want 'em clean up spick and span before Mista Sammerses get here to call and see 'em." And she added morosely, "I ain't no cat wash woman." "She wants you to bathe 'em?" Florence inquired, but Kitty Silver did not reply immediately. She breathed audibly, with a strange effect upon vasty outward portions of her, and then gave an incomparably dulcet imitation of her own voice as she interpreted her use of it during the recent interview. "Miss Julia, ma'am, I say. Miss Julia, ma'am, my business cookin' vittles, I say. Miss Julia, ma'am," I told her. "Miss Julia, ma'am, I cook for you pa and cook for you family, year in, year out, and I hope and pursue, while some might make complaint, I take whatever I find and I leave whatever I find. No'm, Miss Julia, ma'am, I say. No'm, Miss Julia, ma'am, I ain't no cat wash woman." "What did Aunt Julia say then?" She say, didn't I tell you take them cats downstairs and clean 'em? She say, I ain't nobody's cat washerwoman." Florence was becoming more and more interested. "I should think that would be kind of fun," she said, "to be a cat washwoman. I wouldn't mind that at all. I'd kind of like it. I expect if you was a cat washwoman, Kitty Silver, you'd be pretty near the only one was in the world. I wonder if they do have 'em any place, cat washwomen." "I don't know if they got 'em some place," said Kitty Silver, "and I don't know if they ain't got 'em no place, but I bet if they do got 'em any place, it's some place else from here." Florence looked thoughtful. "Who was it you said is going to call this evening and see 'em?" "Mr. Sammerses." "She means Newland Sanders," Herbert explained. "Aunt Julia says all her callers that ever came to this house in their lives, Kitty Silver never got the name right of a single one of 'em." "Newland Sanders is the one with the little mustache," Florence said. "Is that the one you mean by Sammerses, Kitty Silver?" "Mr. Sammerses, who you Aunt Julia told me," Mrs. Silver responded stubbornly. "He ain't got no mustache what you can look at. Dere's some blackish what don't reach out mo'n halfway todes the both ends of his mouth." "Well," said Florence, "was Mr. Sanders the one gave her these Persian cats, Kitty Silver?" "I reckon." Mrs. Silver breathed audibly again, and her expression was strongly resentful. "When she go for a walk 'long with any them callers, she stop and make a big fuss over any little old dog or cat, and I don't know what all. And after they done buy her all that candy from all the candy stores in the livin' world, and all the flowers from all the greenhouses they is, it's a wonder some of 'em ain't sent her a mule for a present, 'cause it seem like to me they done sent her most every kind of animal they is. First come Airedale dog your grandpa tuck and give away to the milkman, and then come 2 more pups. I don't know what they is, 'cause they both had dest sense enough to run away after your grandpa tried to learn him how much he ain't like no pups, and next come them 2 canaries hanging in the dining room now. And next, didn't I holler so's they could a hear me all way downtown? Didn't I walk in my kitchen one morning, right slam in the face of old water alligator, 3 foot long, a lookin' at me over the edge of my kitchen sink?" "It was Mr. Clairdyce gave her that," said Florence. "He'd been to Florida, but she didn't care for it very much, and she didn't make any fuss at all when Grandpa got the florist to take it. Grandpa hates animals." "He don't hate 'em no wuss'n what I do," said Kitty Silver. "And he ain't got to catch 'em lookin' at him outen of his kitchen sink, and he ain't fixin' to be no cat washwoman, neither." "Are you fixing to?" Florence asked quickly. "You don't need to do it, Kitty Silver. I'd be willing to, and so'd Herbert. Wouldn't you, Herbert?" Herbert deliberated within himself, then brightened. "I'd just as soon," he said. "I'd kind of like to see how a cat acts when it's getting bathed." "I think it would be specially interesting to wash Persian cats," Florence added with increasing enthusiasm. "I never washed a cat in my life." "Neither have I," said Herbert. "I always thought they did it themselves." Kitty Silver sniffed. "Ain't I says so to yo' Aunt Julia? She done tole me. No, she say, Bertram cats ain't wash theyself. They got to take an' get somebody else to wash 'em." "If we're going to bathe 'em," said Florence, "we ought to know their names, so's we can tell 'em to hold still, and everything. You can't do much with an animal unless you know their name. Did Aunt Julia tell you these cats' names, Kitty Silver?" "She say they name Feef and Mima." "Yes'm, Feef and Mima. What kind of name is Feef and Mima for a cat name?" "Oh, those are lovely names," Florence assured her, and turning to Herbert explained. "She means Fifi and Mimi." "Feef and Mima," said Kitty Silver. "Them name don't suit me, and them long hair cats don't suit me neither." Here she lifted the cover of the basket a little, and gazed nervously within. "Look at there," she said. "Look at the way they lookin' at me. Don't you look at me that way, you Feef and Mima." She clapped the lid down and fastened it. "Fixin' to jump out and grab me, was you?" "I guess maybe," said Florence. "Maybe I better go ask Aunt Julia. If I and Herbert can't wash 'em, I guess I better go ask her anyhow." And she ran up the steps and skipped into the house by way of the kitchen. A moment later she appeared in the open doorway of a room upstairs. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. It was a pretty room, lightly scented with pink geraniums and blue lobelia and coral fuchsias that poised, urgent with color, in the window boxes at the open windows. Sunshine paused delicately just inside, where forms of pale blue birds and lavender flowers curled up and down the cretonne curtains, and a tempered, respectful light fell upon a cushioned chaise lounge. For there, fluffily reclined, in garments of tender fabric and gentle colors, the prettiest 20-year-old girl in that creditably supplied town. It must be said that no stranger would have taken Florence at first glance to be her niece, though everybody admitted that Florence's hair was pretty. "I'll say that for her," was the family way of putting it. Florence did not care for her hair itself. It was dark and thick and long, like her Aunt Julia's. But Florence, even in the realistic presence of a mirror, preferred to think of herself as an ashen blonde, and also as about a foot taller than she was. Persistence kept this picture habitually in her mind, which, of course, helps to explain her feeling that she was justified in wearing that manner of superciliousness deplored by her mother. More middle-aged gentlemen than are suspected believe that they look like the waspin youths in the magazine advertisements of clothes, and this impression of theirs accounts, as with Florence, for much that is seemingly inexplicable in their behavior. Florence's Aunt Julia was reading an exquisitely made little book, which bore her initials stamped in gold upon the cover, and it had evidently reached her by a recent delivery of the mail, for wrappings bearing cancelled stamps lay upon the floor beside the chaise lounge. It was a special sort of book, since its interior was not printed, but all laboriously written with pen and ink, poems, in truth, containing more references to a lady named Julia than have appeared in any other poems since Herrick's. So warmly interested in the reading as to be rather pink, though not always with entire approval, this Julia, nevertheless, at the sound of footsteps, closed the book and placed it beneath one of the cushions assisting the chaise lounge. To make her position a comfortable one, her greeting was not enthusiastic. "What do you want, Florence?" "I was going to ask you if Herbert and me I mean, was it Noble Dill gave you Fifi and Mimi, Aunt Julia?" "Noble Dill? No." "I wish it was," Florence said. "I'd like these cats better if they were from Noble Dill." "Why?" Julia inquired. "Why are you so partial to Mr. Noble Dill?" "I think he's so much the more interesting looking of all that come to see you." Are you sure it wasn't Noble Dill gave you these cats, Aunt Julia?" A look of weariness became plainly visible upon Miss Julia Atwater's charming face. "I do wish you'd hurry and grow up, Florence," she said. "I do too. What for, Aunt Julia?" "So there'd be somebody else in the family of an eligible age. I really think it's an outrageous position to be in," Julia continued, with languid vehemence. "To be the only girl between 13 and 41 in a large connection of near relatives, including children, who all seem to think they haven't anything to think of but who comes to see her, and who came to see her yesterday, and who was here the day before, and who's coming tomorrow, and who's she going to marry. You really ought to grow up and help me out, because I'm getting tired of it. No, it wasn't Noble Dill, but Mr. Newland Sanders that sent me Fifi and Mimi, and I want you to keep away from 'em." "Why?" asked Florence. "Because they're very rare cats, and you aren't ordinarily a very careful sort of person, Florence, if you don't mind my saying so. Besides, if I let you go near them, the next thing Herbert would be over here mussing around, and he can't go near anything without ruining it. It's just in him. He can't help it." Florence looked thoughtful for a brief moment. Then she asked, "Did Newland Sanders send 'em with the names already to them?" "No," said Julia, emphasizing the patience of her tone somewhat. "I named them after they got here. Mr. Sanders hasn't seen them yet. He had them shipped to me. He's coming this evening. Any more today, Florence?" "Well, I was thinking," said Florence. "What do you think Grandpa'll think about these cats?" "I don't believe there'll be any more outrages," Julia returned, and her dark eyes showed a moment's animation. "I told him at breakfast that the reign of terror was ended, and he and everybody else had to keep away from Fifi and Mimi. Is that about all, Florence?" "You let Kitty Silver go near 'em, though. She says she's fixing to wash 'em." Julia smiled faintly. "I thought she would. I had to go so far as to tell her that as long as I'm housekeeper in my father's house she'd do what I say or find some other place. She behaved outrageously and pretended to believe the natural color of Fifi and Mimi is gray." "I expect," said Florence, after pondering seriously for a little while, "I expect it would take quite some time to dry them." "No doubt. But I'd rather you didn't assist. I'd rather you weren't even around looking on, Florence." A shade fell upon her niece's face at this. "Why, Aunt Julia? I couldn't do any harm to Fifi and Mimi just looking at 'em, could I?" Julia laughed. "That's the trouble. You never do just look at anything you're interested in. And if you don't mind my saying so, you've got rather a record, dear. Now, don't you care? You can find lots of other pleasant things to do at home, or over at Herbert's or Aunt Fanny's. You run along now and—" "Well," Florence said, moving as if to depart. "You might as well go out by the front door, child," Julia suggested, with a little watchful urgency. "You come over some day when Fifi and Mimi have got used to the place, and you can look at them all you want to." "Well, I just—" But as Florence seemed disposed still to linger, her aunt's manner became more severe, and she half rose from her reclining position. "No, I really mean it. Fifi and Mimi are royal bred Persian cats with a wonderful pedigree, and I don't know how much trouble and expense it cost Mr. Sanders to get them for me. They're entirely different from ordinary cats. They're very fine and queer, and if anything happens to them, after all the trouble papa's made over other presents I've had, I'll go straight to a sanitarium. No, Florence, you keep away from the kitchen today, and I'd like to hear the front door as you go out." "Well," said Florence, "I do wish if these cats are as fine as all that, it was Noble Dill that gave 'em to you. I'd like these cats a lot better if he gave 'em to you, wouldn't you?" "No, I wouldn't." "Well," Florence said again, and departed. 20 is an unsuspicious age, except when it fears that its dignity or grace may be threatened from without. and it might have been a bad sign in revelation of Julia Atwater's character if she had failed to accept the muffled metallic clash of the front door's closing as a token that her niece had taken a complete departure for home. A supplemental confirmation came a moment later, fainter but no less conclusive, the distant slamming of the front gate, and it made a clear picture of an obedient Florence on her homeward way. Peace came upon Julia. She read in her book, while at times she dropped a languid, graceful arm, and with the pretty hand at the slimmer end of it, groped in a dark shelter beneath her couch to make a selection, merely by her well-experienced sense of touch, from a frilled white box that lay in concealment there. Then, bringing forth a crystalline violet become scented sugar, or a bit of fruit translucent in hardened syrup, she would delicately set it on the way to that attractive dissolution hoped for it by the wistful donor, and all without removing her shadowy eyes from the little volume and its patient struggle for dignified rhymes with Julia. Florence was no longer in her beautiful relative's thoughts. Florence was idly in the thoughts, however, of Mrs. Balch, the next-door neighbor to the south. Happening to glance from a bay window, she negligently marked how the child walked to the front gate, opened it, paused for a moment's meditation, then hurled the gate to a vigorous closure, herself remaining within its protection. "Odd!" Mrs. Balch murmured. Having thus eloquently closed the gate, Florence slowly turned and moved toward the rear of the house, quickening her steps as she went, until at a run she disappeared from the scope of Mrs. Balch's gaze, cut off by the intervening foliage of Mr. Atwater's small orchard. Mrs. Balch felt no great interest. Nevertheless, she paused at the sound of a boy's voice, half husky, half shrill, in an early stage of change. "What'd she say, Florence? Did she say we could?" But there came a warning, "Hush up!" from Florence, and then, in a lowered tone, the boy's voice said, "Look here, these are mighty funny acting cats. I think they're kind of crazy or something. Kitty Silver's fixed a washtub full of suds for us." Mrs. Balch was reminded of her own cat, and went to give it a little cream. Mrs. Balch was a retired widow, without children and too timid to like dogs, but after a suitable interval following the loss of her husband, she accepted from a friend the gift of a white kitten, and named it Violet. It may be said that Mrs. Balch, having few interests in life, and being of a sequestering nature, lived for Violet, and that so much devotion was not good for the latter's health. In his youth, after having shown sufficient spirit to lose an eye during a sporting absence of 3 nights and days, Violet was not again permitted enough freedom of action to repeat this disloyalty. Though now, in his advanced middle age, he had been fed to such a state that he seldom cared to move, other than by a slow, sneering wavement of the tail when friendly words were addressed to him, and consequently, as he seemed beyond all capacity or desire to run away, or to run at all, Mrs. Balch allowed him complete liberty of action. She found him asleep upon her back porch, and placed him beside a saucer of cream, the second since his luncheon. Then she watched him affectionately as he opened his eye, turned toward the saucer his noble Henry VIII head with its great furred jowls, and began the process of rising for more food, which was all that ever seemed even feebly to rouse his mind. When he had risen, there was little space between him anywhere and the floor. Violet took his cream without enthusiasm, pausing at times and turning his head away. In fact, he persisted only out of an incorrigible sensuality, and finally withdrew a pace or two, leaving creamy traces still upon the saucer. With a multitude of fond words his kind mistress drew his attention to these, whereupon, making a visible effort, he returned and disposed of them. "Dat's de itty darling," she said, stooping to stroke him. "Eat 'em all up nice clean. Dood for ole sweet sin." She continued to stroke him, and Violet half closed his eye, but not with love or serenity, for he simultaneously gestured with his tail, meaning to say, "Oh, do take your hands off of me." Then he opened the eye and paid a little attention to sounds from the neighboring yard. A high fence, shrubberies, and foliage concealed that yard from the view of Violet, but the sounds were eloquent to him, since they were those made by members of his own general species when threatening atrocities. The accent may have been foreign, but Violet caught perfectly the sense of what was being said, and instinctively he muttered reciprocal curses within himself. "What a matter, honey?" his companion inquired sympathetically. "It's bad people fighting poor Violet." From beyond the fence came the murmurings of a boy and girl in hushed but urgent conversation, and with these sounds there mingled watery agitations, splashings, and the like, as well as those low vocalizings that Violet had recognized. But suddenly there were muffled explosions, like fireworks choked in feather beds, and the human voices grew uncontrollably somewhat louder, so that their import was distinguishable. "Ow! Hush up, can't you? You want to bring the whole town to— Ow! Hush up yourself! Oh, goodness! Look out! Don't let her— Well, look what she's doing to me, can't you? For heaven's sake, catch hold and— Ow!" Then came a husky voice, inevitably that of a horrified colored person hastening from a distance. "Oh, my soul!" There was a scurrying, and the girl was heard in furious yet hoarsely guarded vehemence. "Bring the clothes prop! We can poke that one down from the garage anyway. Oh, my goodness, look at her go!" Mrs. Balch shook her head. "Naughty children," she said, as she picked up the saucer and went to the kitchen door, which she held open for Violet to enter. "Want to come with mamma?" But Violet had lost even the faint interest in life he had shown a few moments earlier. He settled himself to another stupor in the sun. "Well, well," Mrs. Balch said indulgently. "After a while she'll have some more nice keem." Sunset was beginning to be hinted 2 hours later, when, in another quarter of the town, a little girl of 7 or 8, at play on the domestic side of an alley gate, became aware of an older girl regarding her fixedly over the top of the gate. The little girl felt embarrassed and paused in her gaieties, enfolding in her arms her pet and playmate. "Howdy do," said the stranger in a serious tone. "What'll you take for that cat?" The little girl made no reply, and the stranger, opening the gate, came into the yard. She looked weary, rather bedraggled, yet hurried. Her air was predominantly one of anxiety. "I'll give you a quarter for that cat," she said. "I want an all-white cat, but this one's only got that one gray spot over its eye, and I don't believe there's an all-white cat left in town, leastways that anybody's willing to part with. I'll give you 25 cents for it. I haven't got it with me, but I'll promise to give it to you day after tomorrow." The little girl still made no reply, but continued to stare, her eyes widening, and the caller spoke with desperation. "See here," she said, "I got to have a whitish cat. That isn't worth more'n a quarter, but I'll give you 35 cents for her, money down, day after tomorrow." At this the frightened child set the cat upon the ground and fled into the house. Florence Atwater was left alone. That is to say, she was the only human being in the yard, or in sight. Nevertheless, a human voice spoke, not far behind her. It came through a knothole in the fence, and it was a voice almost of passion. "You grab it!" Florence stood in silence, motionless. There was solemnity about her. The voice exhorted. "My goodness," it said. "She didn't say she wouldn't sell it, did she? You can bring her the money like you said you would, can't you? I got mine, didn't I? Almost without any trouble at all. My heavens, ain't Kitty Silver pretty near crazy? Just think of the position we've put her into. I tell you, you got to." But now Florence moved. She moved slowly at first, and then with more decision and rapidity. That evening's dusk had deepened into blue night when the two cousins, each with a scant, uneasy dinner eaten, met by appointment in the alley behind their mutual grandfather's place of residence, and, having climbed the back fence, approached the kitchen. Suddenly Florence lifted her right hand and took between thumb and forefinger a lock of hair upon the back of Herbert's head. "Well, for heaven's sakes!" he burst out, justifiably protesting. "Hush!" Florence warned him. "Kitty Silver's talking to somebody in there. It might be Aunt Julia. Come here." She led him to a position beneath an open window of the kitchen. Here they sat upon the ground, with their backs against the stone foundation of the house, and listened to voices and the clink of dishes being washed. "She's got another old colored darky woman in there with her," said Florence. "It's a woman belongs to her church and comes to see her most every evening. Listen, she's telling her about it. I bet we could get the real truth of it maybe better this way than if we went in and asked her right out. Anyway, it isn't eavesdropping if you listen when people are talking about you, yourself. It's only wrong when it isn't any of your own "For heaven's sake, hush up!" her cousin remonstrated. "Listen." "No, Miss Julia, ma'am, I say." Thus came the voice of Mrs. Silver. "No, Miss Julia, ma'am. Them the same two cats you hand me. Miss Julia, ma'am, I say. Leastwise, I say, them the two same cats what was in that closed up brown basket when I opened it up and take and fixed to wash 'em. Somebody might 'a' took and changed 'em 'fore they got to me, I say. Miss Julia, ma'am, but all the change happened to 'em sence they been in charge of me. That's the gray what come off 'em whiles I was washin' 'em and dryin' 'em in cornmeal and flannel. I dunno how much washin' 'em change 'em, Miss Julia, ma'am, I say. 'Cause how much they change or ain't changed, that's for you to say and me not to jedge, I say." "Land o' misery!" cried the visitor, chuckling delightedly. "I wonder how you done kept your face, Miss Kitty. What Miss Julia say?" A loud, irresponsible outburst of mirth on the part of Mrs. Silver followed. When she could again control herself, she replied more definitely. "Miss Julia say she ain't never heard so sech a outrageous story in her life. She tuck on. Hallelujah! And all time, Miss Johnson, I give you my word, I standin' there holdin' that basket, carryin' on up hill and down dale, how them same two Bergum cats Mr. Sammers sent her, and trouble enough dere's tendin' to that basket. Lemme say to you, Miss Johnson, as anybody can tell you what ever tried to take care of two cats what ain't used to each other in the same basket. And every blessed minute I standin' there, can't I hear that old Miss Blatch next door on her back yard, on her front yard, and plumb out in the street hollerin', 'Kitty, Kitty, Kitty!' Yes, Miss Julia say, she say, 'Fine story,' she say. 'Them two cats you claim are Bergum cats. They got short hair, and they ain't the same age, and they ain't even nowheres near the same size,' she say. 'One of 'em's as fat as both them Bergum cats,' she say, 'and has only got one eye,' she say. Well, Miss Julia, ma'am, I say, one thing, they come out white, all except des round that there skinniest one's eye. I say, des the same you tell me they goin' to, I say. You right about that much, ma'am, I say." "Oh, me!" Mrs. Johnson moaned, worn with applausive laughter. "What she responds then?" "I set that basket down," said Kitty Silver, "and I start for the door. Well, she unfastened the lid for to take one more look at 'em, I reckon. But open window mighty close by, and that skinny white cat make one jump, and after a little while I lookin' out this here window and see that old fat Miss Blatch's Tom waddlin' 'cross the yard towards home." "What's she doing now?" Mrs. Johnson inquired. "Who? Miss Julia? She's settin' out on the front porch talkin' to Mr. Sammers." "My name! How's she goin' to fix it with him after all this here dish camarado?" "Who? Miss Julia? Leave her alone, honey. She takin' and begin talk so fast and talk so sweet no young man ain't goin' to rick'lect he ever give her no cats, not till he's gone a halfway home. But I ain't told you the end of it, Miss Johnson, and the end of it's the best part what'll happen." "What's that, Miss Kitty?" "Look," said Mrs. Silver. "Mr. Atwater gone in yonder, after I come out, and asked what all them's goin' on about. Well, sir,
And didn't he come walking out in my kitchen and slip me two bright spang new silver dollars right in my hand? My name! Yes, sah," said Mrs. Silver triumphantly, and in the darkness outside the window Florence drew a deep breath. "I'd have felt just awful about this," she said, "if Noble Dill had given Aunt Julia those Persian cats." "Why?" Herbert inquired, puzzled by her way of looking at things. "I don't see why it would make any worse who gave 'em to her." "Well, it would," Florence said. "But anyway, I think we did rather wrong. Did you notice what Kitty Silver said about what Grandpa did?" "Well?" "I think we ought to tell him our share of it," Florence returned thoughtfully. "I don't want to go to bed to night with all this on my mind, and I'm going to find Grandpa right now and confess every bit of it to him." Herbert, hopefully, decided to go with her. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Julia, like Herbert, had been a little puzzled by Florence's expression of a partiality for the young man Noble Dill. It was not customary for anybody to confess a weakness for him. However, the aunt dismissed the subject from her mind, as other matters pressed sharply upon her attention. She had more worries than most people guessed. The responsibilities of a lady who is almost officially the prettiest person in a town persistently claiming 65,000 inhabitants are often heavier than the world suspects, and there were moments when Julia found the position so trying that she would have preferred to resign. She was a warm-hearted, appreciative girl, naturally unable to close her eyes to sterling merit wherever it appeared, and it was not without warrant that she complained of her relatives. The whole family, including the children, she said, regaled themselves with her private affairs as a substitute for theatre going. But one day, a week after the irretrievable disappearance of Fifi and Mimi, she went so far as to admit a note of unconscious confession into her protest that she was getting pretty tired of being mistaken for a three-ring circus. Such was her despairing expression, and the confession lies in her use of the word "three." The misleading moderation of three was pointed out to her by her niece, whose mind at once violently seized upon the word and divested it of context, a process both feminine and instinctive, for this child was already beginning to be feminine. "Three?" she said. "Why, Aunt Julia, you must be crazy! There's Newland Sanders and Noble Dill and that old widower Ridgely that Grandpa hates so, and Mr. Clairdyce and George Plum and the two new ones from out of town that Aunt Fanny Patterson said you had at church Sunday morning. Herbert said he didn't like one of 'em's looks much, Aunt Julia. And there's Parker Kent Usher and that funny-looking one with the little piece of whiskers under his underlip that Noble Dill got so mad at when they were calling, and Uncle Joe laughed about, and I don't know who all. Anyhow, there's an awful lot more than three, Aunt Julia." Julia looked down with little favor upon the talkative caller. Florence was seated upon the shady steps of the veranda, and Julia, dressed for a walk, occupied a wicker chair above her. Julia, dressed for a walk. How scant the words! It was a summer walk that Julia had dressed for, and she was all too dashingly a picture of coolness on a hot day. A brunette in murmurous white, though her little hat was a film of blackest blue, and thus also in belt and parasol she had almost matched the color of her eyes. Probably no human-made fabric could have come nearer to matching them, though she had once met a great traveler, at least he went far enough in his search for comparisons, who told her that the Czarina of Russia had owned a deep sapphire of precisely the color, but the Czarina's was the only sapphire yet discovered that had it. One of Newland Sanders' longest poems to Julia was entitled "Black Sapphires." Julia's harmonies in black sapphire were uncalled for. If she really had been as kind as she was too often capable of looking, she would have fastened patches over both eyes. One patch would have been useless, and she would have worn flat shoes and patronized a dressmaker with genius enough to misrepresent her. But Julia was not great enough for such generosities. She would have been locked up till she passed 60. Her sufferings deserve no pity. And yet an attack of the mumps during the winter had brought Julia more sympathy than the epidemic of typhoid fever in the old ladies' infirmary brought all of the 9 old ladies who were under treatment there. Julia was confined to her room for almost a month, during which a florist's wagon seemed permanent before the house, and a confectioner's frequently stood beside the florist's. Young Florence, an immune who had known the mumps in infancy, became an almost constant attendant upon the patient, with the result that the niece contracted an illness briefer than the aunt's, but more than equaling it in poignancy, caused by the poor child's economic struggle against waste. Florence's convalescence took place in her own room, without any inquiries whatever from the outer world, but Julia's was spent in great part at the telephone. Even a poem was repeated to her by the instrument. How the world blooms anew, to think that you can speak again, can hear the words of men, and the dear own voice of you. This was Newland Sanders. He was just out of college, a reviewer, a poet, and once, momentarily, an atheist. It was Newland who was present, and said such a remarkable thing when Julia had the accident to her thumbnail in closing the double doors between the living room and the library, where her peculiar old father sat reading. "To see you suffer," Newland said passionately, as she nursed her injury. "To see you in pain, that is the one thing in the universe which I feel beyond all my capacities. Do you know, when you are made to suffer pain, then I feel that there is no God." This strong declaration struck Herbert as one of the most impressive things he had ever heard, though he could not account for its being said to any aunt of his. Herbert had just dropped in without the formality of ringing the bell, and had paused in the hall, outside the open door of the living room. He considered the matter after Newland had spoken, and concluded to return to his own place of residence without disturbing anybody at his grandfather's. At home he found his mother and father entertaining one of his uncles, one of his aunts, 2 of his great uncles, one of his great aunts, and one of his grown-up cousins, at cards, and he proved to be warranted in believing that they would all like to know what he had heard. Newland's statement became quite celebrated throughout the family, and Julia, who had perceived almost a sacred something in his original fervor, changed her mind after hearing the words musingly repeated over and over by her fat old Uncle Joe. Florence thought proper to remind her of this today, after Julia's protest containing the 2 moderately confessional word 3. "If you don't want to be such a circus," the niece continued, reasoning perfectly, "I don't see what you always keep leadin' all of 'em on all the time just the same for." "Who've you heard saying that, Florence?" her aunt demanded. "Aunt Fanny Patterson," Florence replied absently. "For instance, Aunt Julia, I don't see what you want to go walkin' with Newland Sanders for, when you said yourself you wished he was dead, or somep'n, after there got to be so much talk in the family and everywhere about his sayin' all that about the Bible when you hurt your thumb. All the family!" Julia sighed profoundly. "I wish all the family would try to think about themselves for just a little while. There's entirely too little self-centeredness among my relatives to suit me." "Why, it's only because you're related to me that I pay the very slightest attention to what goes on here," Florence protested. "It's my own grandfather's house, isn't it? Well, if you didn't live here, and if you wasn't my own grandfather's daughter, Aunt Julia, I wouldn't ever pay the very slightest attention to you. Anyway, I don't much criticize all these people that keep calling on you. Anyway, not half as much as Herbert does. Herbert thinks he always has to act so critical. Now his voice is changing. At your age, said Julia, my mind was on my school books. Why, Aunt Julia! Florence exclaimed in frank surprise. Grandpa says just the opposite from that. I've heard him say, time and time and time again, you always were this way, ever since you were 4 years old. What way? Asked her aunt. Like you are now, Aunt Julia. Grandpa says by the time you were 14 it got so bad he had to get a new front gate, the way they leaned on it. He says he hoped when you grew up he'd get a little peace in his own house, but he says it's worse, and never for 1 minute the livelong day can he— I know, Julia interrupted. He talks like a Christian martyr and behaves like Nero. I might warn you to keep away from him, by the way, Florence. He says that either you or Herbert was over here yesterday and used his spectacles to cut a magazine with and broke them. I wouldn't be around here much if I were you until he's got over it. It must have been Herbert broke 'em, said Florence promptly. Papa thinks it was you. Kitty Silver told him it was. Mean old reptile, said Florence, alluding to Mrs. Silver. Then she added serenely, well, Grandpa don't get home till 5 o'clock, and it's only about 1/4 of 2 now. Aunt Julia, what are you waiting around here for? I told you I'm going walking. I mean, who with? Miss Atwater permitted herself a light moan. Ah, with Mr. Sanders and Mr. Ridgely, Florence. Florence's eyes grew large and eager. Why, Aunt Julia, I thought those two didn't speak to each other any more. They don't, Julia assented in a lifeless voice. It just happened that Mr. Sanders and Mr. Ridgely and Mr. Dill, all three, asked me to take a walk this afternoon at 2 o'clock. But Noble Dill isn't going? No, said Julia. I was fortunate enough to remember that I'd already promised someone else when he asked me. That's why I didn't remember when Mr. Ridgely asked me. I'd have gone with Noble Dill, Florence said firmly. Noble Dill is my very ideal. I'd marry him tomorrow. It seems to me, her aunt remarked, I heard your mother telling somebody the other day that you had said the same thing about the King of Spain. Florence laughed. Ha! Oh, that was only a passing fancy, she said lightly. Aunt Julia, what's Newland Sanders supposed to do? I think he hasn't entered any business or profession yet. I bet he couldn't, her niece declared. What's that old Ridgely supposed to be? Just a widower? Never mind. And that George Plum's supposed to do something or other around Uncle Joe's old bank, isn't he? Florence continued. Supposed? Julia protested. What is all this supposed to be? Where did you catch that horrible habit? You know the whole family worries over your superciliousness, Florence, but until now I've always thought it was just the way your face felt easiest. If it's going to break out in your talk, too, it's time you began to cure yourself of it. Oh, it doesn't hurt anything, Florence made careless response, and as she saw the thin figure of young Mr. Sanders approaching in the distance. Look, she cried, pointing. Why, he doesn't even compare to Noble Dill. Don't point at people. Well, he's nothing much to point at. She lowered her finger. It's no depredation to me, Aunt Julia, to give up pointing at Newland Sanders. Actually, I wouldn't give Noble Dill's little finger for 150 Newland Sanderses. Julia smiled faintly as she watched Mr. Sanders, who seemed not yet to be aware of her, because he thought it would be better to reach the gate and lift his hat just there. What has brought on all this tenderness in favor of Mr. Dill, Florence? Her niece's eyes, concentrated in thought, then became dreamy. I like him because he's so uncouth, she said. I think he's the uncouthest of any person I ever saw. Uncouth? Yes, said Florence. Herbert said I was uncouth, and I looked it up in the dictionary. It said rare, exquisite, elegant, unknown, obs, unfamiliar, strange, and a whole lot else. I never did know a word that means so much, I guess. What's obs mean, Aunt Julia?" "Hush," said Julia, rising, for Mr. Sanders had made a little startled movement as he reached the gate and caught sight of her, and now, straw hat in hand, he was coming up the brick walk that led to the veranda. His eyes were fixed upon Julia with an intensity that seemed to affect his breathing. There was a hushedness about him, and Florence, in fascination, watched Julia's expression and posture take on those little changes that always seemed demanded of her by the approach of a young or youngish man, or a nicely dressed old one. By almost imperceptible processes the commonplace moment became dramatic at once. "You," said Newland in a low voice. And Julia, with an implication as flattering as the gesture was graceful, did not wait till he was within reach, but suddenly extended her welcoming hand at arm's length. He sprang forward convulsively and grasped it as if forever. "You know my little niece," Julia said. "I think you know her." "Know her?" Mr. Sanders repeated, then roused his faculties and gave Florence a few fingers dangling coldly after their recent emotion. "Florence. Oh, yes, Florence." Florence had not risen, but remained seated upon the steps, her look and air committed to that mood of which so much complaint had been made. "How do you do?" she said. "There's Mr. Ridgely." "Where?" Newland asked loudly. "Comin' in at the gate," said Florence. "He's going walking with you, too." In this crisis Mr. Sanders' feeling was obviously one of startled anguish. He turned to Julia. "Why, this is terrible!" he said. "You told me—" "Sh!" she warned him, and whispered hastily, all in a breath. "Couldn't be helped. Explain next time I see you." Then she advanced a gracious step to meet the newcomer. But the superciliousness of Florence visibly increased with his advent. Mr. Ridgely was easily old enough to be her grandfather, yet she seemed to wish it evident that she would not have cared for him even in that capacity. He was, in truth, one of those widowers who feel younger than ever, and behave as they feel. Since his loss he had shown the greatest willingness to forego whatever advantages age and experience had given him over the descendants of his old friends and colleagues, and his cheerfulness as well as his susceptibility to all that was charming had begun to make him so famous in the town that some of his contemporaries seemed to know scarce another topic. And Julia had a kinder heart, as her father bitterly complained, than most girls. The widower came, holding out to her a votive cluster of violets, a pink rose among them, their stems wrapped in purple, and upon the lapel of his jovial flannel coat were other violets about a pink rosebud. "How pretty of you!" said Julia, taking the offering, and as she pinned it at her waist, she added rather nervously, "I believe you know Mr. Sanders. He is going with us." She was warranted in believing the gentleman to be acquainted, because, no longer ago than the previous week, they both had stated, in her presence and simultaneously, that any further communication between them would be omitted for life. Julia realized, of course, that Mr. Ridgely must find the present meeting as trying as Newland did, and to help him bear it she contrived to make him hear the hurried whisper, "Couldn't be helped. Explain some day." Then, with a laugh not altogether assured, she took up her parasol. "Shall we be starting?" she inquired. "Here's Noble Dill," said Florence. "I guess he's going to try to go walking with you too, Aunt Julia." Julia turned, for in fact the gate at that moment clicked behind the nervously advancing form of Noble Dill. He came with a bravado that was merely pitiable, and he tried to snap his Orduma cigarette away with thumb and forefinger in a careless fashion, only to see it publicly disappear through an open cellar window of the house. "I hope there's no Excelsior down there," said Newland Sanders. "A good many houses have burned to the ground just that way." "It fell on the cement floor," Florence reported, peering into the window. "It'll go out pretty soon." "Then I suppose we might as well do the same thing," said Newland, addressing Julia first and Mr. Dill second. "Miss Atwater and I are just starting for a walk." Mr. Ridgely also addressed the new arrival. "Miss Atwater and I are just starting for a walk." "You see, Noble," said the kind-hearted Julia, "I did tell you I had another engagement." "I came by here," Mr. Dill began, in a tone commingling timidity, love, and a fatal stubbornness. "I came by here. I mean, I just happened to be passing, and I thought if it was a walking party, well, why not go along? That's the way it struck me." He paused, coughing for courage, and trying to look easily genial, but not succeeding. Then he added, "Well, as I say, that's the way it struck me, as it were. I suppose we might as well be starting." "Yes, we might," Newland Sanders said quickly, and he placed himself at Julia's left, seizing upon her parasol and opening it with determination. Mr. Ridgely had kept himself closely at the lady's right. "You were mistaken, my boy," he said, falsely benevolent. "It isn't a party. Though there's Miss Florence, Noble. Nobody's asked her to go walking today." Now Florence took the satire literally. She jumped up and said brightly, "I'd just as soon. Let's do have a walking party. I'd just as soon walk with Mr. Dill as anybody, and we can all keep together, kind of." With that, she stepped confidently to the side of her selected escort, who appeared to be at a loss how to avert her kindness. There was a moment of hesitation, during which a malevolent pleasure slightly disfigured the countenances of the two gentlemen with Julia. But when Florence pointed to a house across the street and remarked, "There's great Uncle Milford and Aunt Cornelia. They've been looking out of their second guest room window about half an hour," Julia uttered an exclamation. "Murder!" she said, and moved with decision toward the gate. "Let's go!" Thus the little procession started, Mr. Sanders and the sprightly widower at Beauty's side, with Florence and Mr. Dill so close behind that, before they had gone a block, Newland found it necessary to warn this rear rank that the heels of his new shoes were not part of the pavement. After that, the rear rank, a little abashed, consented to fall back some paces. Julia's heightened color, meanwhile, was little abated by some slight episodes attending the progress of the walking party. Her Aunt Fanny Patterson, rocking upon a veranda, rose and evidently called to someone within the house, whereupon she was enjoyed by her invalid sister Aunt Harriet, with a trained nurse and two elderly domestics, a solemnly whispering audience. And in the front yard of the Henry Atwater house, at the next corner, Herbert underwent a genuine bedazzlement, but he effected more. His violent gaze dwelt upon Florence, and he permitted his legs slowly to crumple under him until, just as the party came nearest him, he lay prostrate upon his back in a swoon. Afterward he rose and for a time followed in a burlesque manner, then decided to return home. "Old heathen!" said Florence, glancing back over her shoulder as he disappeared from view. Mr. Dill was startled from a reverie inspired by the back of Julia's head. "Heathen?" he said in plaintive inquiry. "I meant Herbert," Florence informed him. "Cousin Herbert Atwater. He was following us, walking Dutch." "Cousin Herbert Atwater?" said Noble dreamily. "Dutch?" "He won't any more," said Florence. "He always has to show off, now his voice is changing." She spoke, and she also walked, with dignity, a rather dashing kind of dignity, which was what Herbert's eccentricity of gait intended to point out injuriously. In fact, never before had Florence been so impressed with herself; never before, indeed, had she been a member of a grown-up, non-family party. Never before had she gone walking with an actual adult young man for her escort, and she felt that she owed it to her position to appear in as brilliant an aspect as possible. She managed to give herself a rhythmical, switching motion, causing her knee-length skirt to swing from side to side, a pomp that brought her a great deal of satisfaction as she now and then caught the effect by twisting her neck enough to see down behind over her shoulder. But her poise was temporarily threatened when the walking party passed her own house. Her mother happened to be sitting near an open window upstairs, and, after gazing forth with warm interest at Julia and her two outwalkers, Mrs. Atwater's astonished eyes fell upon Florence taking care of the overflow. Florence bowed graciously. "Florence!" her mother called down from the window, whereupon both Florence and her Aunt Julia were instantly apprehensive, for Mrs. George Atwater's lack of tact was a legend in the family. "Florence, where on earth are you going?" "Never mind," Florence thought best to respond. "Never mind." "You'd better come in," Mrs. Atwater called, her voice necessarily louder as the party moved onward. "Never mind," Florence called back. Mrs. Atwater leaned out of the window. "Where are you going? Come back and get your hat. You'll get a sunstroke." Florence was able to conceal her indignation, and merely waved a hand in airy dismissal as they passed from Mrs. Atwater's sight, leaving her still shouting. The daughter smiled negligently and shrugged her shoulders. "She'll get over it," she said. "Who?" "My mother. She was the one making all that noise," said Florence. "Sometimes I do what she says, sometimes I don't. It's all according to the way that I feel." She looked up in her companion's face, and her expression became politely fond as she thought how uncouth he was, for in Florence's eyes Noble Dill was truly rare, exquisite, and unfamiliar, and she believed that he was obs, too, whatever that meant. She often thought about him, and no longer ago than yesterday she had told Kitty Silver that she couldn't see how Aunt Julia could look at anybody else. Florence's selection of Noble Dill for the bright favorite of her dreams was one of her own mysteries. Noble was not beautiful, neither did he present to the ordinary eye of man anything especially rare, exquisite, unfamiliar, or even so distinguished as to be obsolete. He was about 22, but not one of those book-read sportsmen of that age, confident in clothes and manner, easy travellers and debonair. That is to say, Noble was not of the worldly type 22. True, he had graduated from the high school before entering his father's real estate and insurance office, but his geographical experiences, in particular, had been limited to 3 or 4 railway excursions at special rates, to such points of interest as Mammoth Cave and Petoskey, Michigan. His other experiences were not more sparkling, and except for the emotions within him, he was in all the qualities of his mind as well as in his bodily contours. His left hand bore cigarette stains, seemingly indelible. The first and second fingers of his right hand were strongly ornamented in a like manner, tokens proving him ambidextrous to but a limited extent, however. Moreover, his garments and garnitures were not comparable to those of either Newland Sanders or that dapper antique, Mr. Ridgely. Noble's straw hat might have brightened under the treatment of lemon juice or other restorative. His scarf was folded to hide a spot that worked steadily toward a complete visibility, and some recent efforts upon his trousers with a tepid iron in his bedchamber at home counteracted but feebly that tendency of cloth to sculpture itself in hummocks upon repeated pressure of the human knee. All in all, nothing except the expression on Noble's face and the somewhat ill-chosen pansy in his buttonhole hinted of the remarkable. Yet even here was a thing for which he was not responsible himself. It was altogether the work of Julia. What her work was, in the case of Noble Dill, may be expressed in a word. a word used not only by the whole Atwater family connection, in completely expressing Noble's condition, but by Noble's own family connection as well. This complete word was awful. Florence was the one exception on the Atwater side. She was far, far from thinking or speaking of Noble Dill in that way, although, until she looked up uncouth in Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, she had not found suitable means to describe him. And now, as she walked at his side, she found her sensations to be nothing short of thrilling. For it must be borne in mind that this was her first and wholly unexpected outburst into society. The experience was that of an obscure aerolite suddenly become a noble meteor. She longed to say or do something magnificent, something strange and exhilarating, in keeping with her new station in life. It was this longing, and by no means a confirmed unveracity, that prompted her to amplify her comments upon her own filial independence. "Oh, I guess I pretty near never do anything I don't want to," she said. "I kind of run the house to suit myself. I guess if the truth had to be told, I just about run the whole Atwater family when it comes to that." The statement was so noticeable that it succeeded in turning Noble's attention from the back of Julia's head. "You do?" he said. "Well, that seems queer," he added absently. "Oh, I don't know," she laughed. In her increasing exaltation things appeared actually to be as she wished them to be. An atmosphere both queenly and adventurous seemed to invest her, and any remnants of human caution in her were assuaged by the circumstances that her Aunt Julia's attention was subject to the strong demands necessarily imposed upon anybody taking a walk between two gentlemen who do not speak to each other. "Oh, I don't know," said Florence. "The family's used to it by this time, I guess. The way I do things. They have to be, I guess. When they don't like it, I don't say much for a while. Then I just—" She paused, waiting for her imagination to supply a sequel to the drama just sketched. "Well, I guess they kind of find out they better step around pretty lively," she concluded darkly. "They don't bother around too much." "I suppose not," said Noble, his vacancy and credulity continuing to dovetail perfectly. "You bet not!" the exuberant Florence thought proper to suggest as a preferable expression. And then she had an inspiration to enliven his dreamy interest in her conversation. "Grandpa, he's the one I kind of run most of 'em, all of 'em. He's about 50 or 60, and so he hasn't got too much sense. What I mean, he hasn't got too much sense left, you know. So I have to sort of take hold every now and then." She lowered her voice a little, some faint whisper of discretion reaching her inward ear. "Aunt Julia can't do a thing with him. I guess that's maybe the reason she kind of depends on me so much. Or anyway, something like that. You know, for instance, I had to help talk Grandpa into letting her send to New York for her things. Aunt Julia gets all her things in New York." Undeniably, Mr. Dill's interest flickered up. "Things?" he repeated inquiringly. "Her things?" "Yes. Everything she wears, you know." "Oh, yes." "What I was going to tell you," Florence continued. "You know Grandpa just about hates everybody. Anyhow, he'd like to have some peace and quiet once in a while in his own house, he says, instead of all this moil and turmoil, and because the doctor said all the matter with her was she eats too much candy, and they keep sending more all the time, and there's something the trouble with Grandpa. It makes him sick to smell violets. He had it ever since he was a little boy, and he can't help it. And he hates animals, and they keep sending her Airedales and Persian kittens. And then there was that alligator came from Florida and upset Kitty Silver terribly. And so, you see, Grandpa just hates the whole everlasting business." Mr. Dill nodded and spoke with conviction. "He's absolutely right. Absolutely." "Well, some ways he is," said Florence, and she added confidentially, "The trouble is, he seems to think you're about as bad as any of 'em." "What?" "Well," Florence exclaimed, with upward gestures both of eye and of hand to signify what she left untold of Mr. Atwater's orations upon his favourite subject, Noble Dill. "It's torrible," she added. Noble breathed heavily, but a thought struggled in him and a brightening appeared upon him. "You mean—" he began. "Do you mean it's terrible for your Aunt Julia? Do you mean his injustice about me makes her feel terribly?" "No," said Florence. "No, I mean the way he goes on about everybody. But Aunt Julia's kind of used to it. And anyhow, you needn't worry about him long as I'm on your side. He won't do anything much to you if I say not to. Hardly anything at all." And then, with almost a tenderness, as she marked the visibly insufficient reassurance of her companion, she said handsomely, "He won't say a word. I'll tell him not to." Noble was dazed. No novelty, for he had been dazed almost continually during the past 7 months, since a night when dancing with Julia, whom he had known all his life, he noticed for the first time what she looked like. This was his mother's description. Somewhere, he vaguely recalled, he had read of the extraordinary influence possessed by certain angelic kinds of children. He knew, too, what favourite grandchildren can do with grandfathers. The effect upon him was altogether base. He immediately sought by flattery to increase and retain Florence's kindness. "I always thought you seemed to know more than most girls of your age," he began. It was a great afternoon for Florence. From time to time she glanced over her shoulder at the switching skirt, and increased its radius of action, though this probably required more exercise, compared to the extent of ground covered, than any lady member of a walking party had ever before taken, merely as a pedestrian. Meanwhile she chattered on, but found time to listen to the pleasant things said to her by her companion, and though most of these were in truth rather vague, she was won to him more than he knew. Henceforth she was to be his champion indeed, sometimes with greater energy than he would need. The two were left alone together by Julia's gate when the walk, as short as Julia dared to make it, was over. "Well," Florence said, "I've had quite a nice time. I hope you enjoyed yourself nicely too, Mr. Dill." Then her eye rose to the overhanging branch of a shade tree near them. "Would you like to see me chin myself?" she asked, stepping beneath the branch. "I bet I could skin the cat on that limb. Would you like to see me do it?" "I would so," the flatterer enthused. She became thoughtful, remembering that she was now a lady who took walks with grown gentlemen. "I can, but I won't," she said. "I used to do lots of things like that. I used to whenever I felt like it. I could chin myself 4 times and Herbert only 3. I was lots better than Herbert when I used to do all kinds of things like that." "Were you?" She laughed as in a musing retrospect of times gone by. "I guess I used to be a pretty queer kind of girl in those days," she said. "Well, I suppose we ought to say good bye for the present, so to speak, Mr. Dill." "I'm afraid so." "Well—" she started looking at him expectantly, but he said nothing more. "Well, good bye for the present, Mr. Dill," she said again, and, turning, walked away with dignity. But a moment later she forgot all about her skirt and scampered. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Mrs. Dill, Noble's mother, talked of organizing a Young Men's Mothers' Club against Julia. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that in one solitary way Noble was being improved by the experience. His 2 previous attacks of love, one at 12 and the other at 18, had been incomparably lighter, and the changes in him, noted at home, merely a slight general irritability and a lack of domestic punctuality due to too much punctuality elsewhere. But when his Julia Atwater trouble came, the very first symptom he manifested was a strange new effort to become beautiful. His mother even discovered that he sometimes worked with pumice stone upon the cigarette stains on his fingers. The most curious thing about his condition was that for a long time he took it for granted that his family did not know what was the matter with him. And this shows as nothing else could the meekness and tact of the Dills, for, excluding bad cooks and the dangerously insane, the persons most disturbing to the serenity of households are young lovers. But the world has had to accommodate itself to them because young lovers cannot possibly accommodate themselves to the world. For the young lover there is no general life of the species. For him the universe is a delicate blush under a single bonnet. He has but an irritated perception of every vital thing in nature except the vital thing under this bonnet. All else is trivial intrusion. But whatever does concern the centrifugal bonnet, whatever concerns it in the remotest, then he springs to life. So Noble Dill sat through a Sunday dinner at home, seemingly drugged to a torpor, while the family talk went on about him. But when his father, in the course of some remarks upon politics, happened to mention the name of the county treasurer, Charles J. Patterson, Noble's startled attention to the conversation was so conspicuous as to be disconcerting. Mrs. Dill signaled with her head that comment should be omitted, and Mr. Dill became, for the moment, one factor in a fairly clear example of telepathic communication. For it is impossible to believe that his wife's almost imperceptible gesture was what caused him to remember that Charles J. Patterson was Julia Atwater's uncle. That name, Charles J. Patterson, coming thus upon Noble's ear, was like an unexpected shrine on the wayside where plods the fanatic pilgrim. And yet Mr. Patterson was the most casual of Julia's uncles by marriage. He neither had nor desired any effect upon her destiny. To Noble he seemed a being ineffably privileged and fateful, and something of the same quality invested the wooden gate-posts in front of Julia's house, invested everything that had to do with her. What he felt about her father, that august old danger, himself, was not only the uncalled-for affection inevitable toward Julia's next of kin, but also a kind of horror due to the irresponsible and awful power possessed by a sacred girl's parent. Florence's offer of protection had not entirely reassured the young lover, and, in sum, Noble loved Mr. Atwater, but often, in his reveries, when he had rescued him from drowning or being burned to death, he preferred to picture the peculiar old man's injuries as ultimately fatal. For the other Atwaters, his feeling held less of apprehension, more of tenderness, and whenever he saw one of them he became deferential and a little short of breath. Thus, on a Sunday afternoon, having been home to lunch after his morning labor downtown, he paused in passing young Herbert's place of residence, and timidly began a conversation with this glamoured nephew. It happened that during the course of the morning Herbert had chosen a life career for himself. He had decided to become a scientific specialist, an entomologist, and he was now on his knees studying the manners and customs of the bug inhabitants of the lawn before the house, employing for his purpose a large magnifying lens, or reading glass. His discovery of this implement in the attic, coincidentally with his reading a recent Sunday Supplement article on bugs, had led to his sudden choice of a vocation. "Did somebody have any of the family lost anything, Herbert?" Noble asked in a gentle voice, speaking across the fence. Herbert did not look up, nor did he relax the scientific frown upon his brow. "No," he said. "They always are losing things, 'specially Aunt Julia when she comes over here or anywheres else, but I wouldn't waste my time looking for any old earrings or such. I got more important things to do on my hands." "Has your Aunt Julia lost an earring, Herbert?" "Her? Well, she nearly always has lost something or other, but that isn't bothering me any. I got better things to do with my time." Herbert spoke without interrupting his occupation or relaxing his forehead. "Natural history is a little more important to the inhabitants of our universe than a lot of worthless old jewelry, I guess," he continued. And his pride in discovering that he could say things like this was so great that his frown gave way temporarily to a look of pleased surprise. Then he came back again to express an importance much increased. He rose, approached the fence, and condescended to lean upon it. "I don't guess there's one person in 1,000," he said, "that knows why they ought to know about our insect friends." "No," Mr. Dill agreed readily. "I guess that's so. I guess you're right about that, Herbert. When did your Aunt Julia lose the earring, Herbert?" "I don't know," said Herbert. "Now, you take my own father and mother. What do they know? Well, mighty little. They may have had to learn a little teeny bit about insects when they were in school, but whatever little it was they went and forgot it, probably long before they were married. Well, that's no way. For instance, you take a pinchin' bug. What do you suppose my father and mother know about its position in the insect world?" "Well," said Noble uneasily, "well," he coughed, and hastened to add, "but as I was saying, if she lost her earring somewhere in your yard, or—" The scientific boy evidently did not follow this line of thought, for he interrupted. "Why, they wouldn't know a thing about it, and a pinchin' bug isn't one of the highest insects at all. Ants are way up compared to most pinchin' bugs. Ants are way up anyway. Now, you take an ant—" He paused. "Well, everybody ought to know a lot more'n they do about ants. It takes time, and you got to study 'em the right way, and of course there's lots of people wouldn't know how to do it. I'm goin' to get a book I've been reading about. It's called The Ant." For a moment Noble was confused. He followed his young friend's discourse but hazily, and Herbert pronounced the word aunt precisely as he pronounced the word ant. The result was that Noble began to say something rather dreamy concerning the book just mentioned, but, realizing that he was being misunderstood, he changed his murmur into a cough and inquired, "When was she over here, Herbert?" "Who?" "Your Aunt Julia." "Yesterday evening," said Herbert. "Now, for instance, you take a common lightning bug." "Did she lose it then?" "Lose what?" "Her earring." "I don't know," said Herbert. "You take the common lightning bug, or as it's called in some countries, the firefly." He continued, quoting and misquoting the entomological authority of the recent Sunday supplement, but his friend on the other side of the fence was inattentive to the lecture. Noble's mind was occupied with a wonder. He had realized, though dimly, that here was he, trying to make starry Julia the subject of a conversation with a person who had the dear privilege of being closely related to her, and preferred to talk about bugs. Herbert talked at considerable length about lightning bugs, but as his voice happened rather precociously to be already in a state of adolescent change, the sound was not soothing. Yet Noble lingered. Nephews were queer, but this one was Julia's, and he finally mentioned her again, as incidental to lightning bugs, whereupon the mere hearer of sounds became instantly a listener to words. "Well, and then I says," Herbert continued, "I says, 'It's phosphorus, Aunt Julia.' I guess there's hardly anybody in the world doesn't know more than Aunt Julia, except about dresses and parasols and every other useless thing under the sun. She says, 'My, I always thought it was sulphur.' Said nobody ever told her it wasn't sulphur. I asked her. I've said, 'You mean to sit there and tell me you don't know the difference?' And she says, 'I don't care one way or the other,' she says. She said she'd just as soon a lightning bug make his light and with sulphur as with phosphorus. It didn't make any difference to her, she says, and they could go ahead and make their light any way they wanted. She wouldn't interfere. I had a whole hatful of 'em, and she told me not to take 'em into their house because grandpa hates insects as much as he does animals and violets, and she said they never owned a microscope or a magnifying glass in their lives, and wouldn't let me hunt for one. All in the world she knows is how to sit on the front porch and say, 'Oh, you don't mean that,' to somebody like Newland Sanders or that old widower." "When?" Noble asked impulsively. "When did she say that?" "Oh, I don't know," said Herbert. "I expect she probably says it to somebody or other about every evening there is." "She does?" "Florence says so," Herbert informed him carelessly. "Florence goes over to grandpa's after dark and sits on the ground up against the porch and listens." Noble first looked startled, then uneasily reminiscent. "I don't believe Florence ought to do that," he said gravely. "I wouldn't do it." Herbert was emphatic. "That's right, Herbert. I'm glad you wouldn't." "No, sir," the manly boy declared. "You wouldn't never catch me taking my death o' cold sitting on the damp grass in the night air just to listen to a lot of old tooty toot about 'I've named a star for you' and all such. You wouldn't catch me." Noble partly concealed a sudden anguish. "Who?" he interrupted. "Who did she say that to?" "She didn't. They say it to her, and she says, 'Oh, you don't mean that,' and of course then they have to go on and say some more. Florence says—" He checked himself. "Oh, I forgot. I promised Florence I wouldn't tell anyone anything about all this." "It's safe," Noble assured him quickly. "I'm quite a friend of Florence's, and it's absolutely safe with me. I won't speak of it to anybody, Herbert. Who was it told her he'd named a star for her?" "It was the way some old poem began. Newland Sanders wrote it. Florence found it under Aunt Julia's sofa cushions and read it all through, but I wouldn't wade through all that tooty toot for $1,000,000, and I told her to put it back before Aunt Julia noticed. Well, about every day he writes her a fresh one, and then in the evening he stays later than the rest and reads 'em to her, and you ought to hear grandpa when he gets to talking about it." "He's perfectly right," said Noble. "Perfectly. What does he say when he talks about it, Herbert?" "Oh, he says all this and that, and then he kind of mutters around, and you can't tell just what all the words are exactly, so he can deny it if any of the family accuses him of swearing or anything." And Herbert added casually, "He was kind of going on like that about you night before last." "About me? Why, what could he say about me?" "Oh, all this and that." "But what did he find to say?" "Well, he heard her telling you how you oughtn't to smoke so many cigarettes, and all about how it was killing you, and you saying you guessed it wouldn't matter if you did die, and Aunt Julia saying, 'Oh, you don't mean that,' and all this and such and so on, you know. He can hear anything on the porch pretty good from the library, and Florence told me about that, besides, because she was sitting in the grass and all. She told Great Uncle Joe and Aunt Hattie about it, too." "My heavens!" Noble gasped, as for the first time he realized to what trumpeting publicity that seemingly hushed and moonlit bower, sacred to Julia, had been given over. He gulped, flushed, repeated, "My heavens!" and then was able to add, with a feeble suggestion of lightness, "I suppose your grandfather understood it was just a sort of joke, didn't he?" "No," said Herbert, and continued in a friendly way, for he was flattered by Noble's interest in his remarks, and began to feel a liking for him. "No, he said Aunt Julia only talked like that because she couldn't think of anything else to say, and it was wearing him out. He said all the good it did was to make you smoke more, to make her think how reckless you were, but the worst part of it was he'd be the only one to suffer, because it blows all through the house and he's got to sit in it. He said he just could stand the smell of some cigarettes, but if you burned any more o' yours on his porch he was going to ask your father to raise your salary for collecting real estate rents, so't you'd feel able to buy some real tobacco. He—" But the flushed listener felt that he had heard as much as he was called upon to bear, and he interrupted, in a voice almost out of control, to say that he must be getting on downtown. His young friend, diverted from Bugs, showed the greatest willingness to continue the narrative indefinitely, evidently being in possession of copious material, But Noble turned to depart. An afterthought detained him. Where was it she lost her earring? Who? Your Aunt Julia. Well, I didn't say she lost any earring, Herbert returned. I said she always was losing 'em. I didn't say she did. Then you didn't mean— No, said Herbert. I haven't heard of her losing anything at all lately. Here he added, well, Grandpa kept going on about you, and he told her. Well, so long, and gazed after the departing Mr. Dill in some surprise at the abruptness of the latter's leave-taking. Then, wondering how the back of Noble's neck could have got itself so fiery sunburnt, Herbert returned to his researches in the grass. The peaceful street, shady and fragrant with summer, was so quiet that the footfalls of the striding Noble were like an interruption of coughing in a silent church. As he seethed adown the warm sidewalk, the soles of his shoes smote the pavement, for mentally he was walking not upon cement but upon Mr. Atwater. Unconsciously his pace presently became slower for a more concentrated brooding upon this slanderous old man who took advantage of his position to poison his daughter's mind against the only one of her suitors who cared in the highest way. And upon this there came an infinitesimal consolation in the midst of anguish, for he thought of what Herbert had told him about Mr. Newland Sanders's poems to Julia, and he had a strong conviction that one time or another Mr. Atwater must have spoken even more disparagingly of these poems and their author than he had of Orduma cigarettes and their smoker. Perhaps the old man was not altogether vile. This charitable moment past, he recalled the little moonlit drama on the embowered veranda, when Julia, in her voice of plucked harp strings, told him that he smoked too much, and he had said it didn't matter. Nobody would care much if he died. And Julia said gently that his mother would, and other people too. He mustn't talk so recklessly. Out of this the old eavesdropper had viciously represented him to be a poser, not really reckless at all, had insulted his cigarettes and his salary. Well, Noble would show him. He had doubts about being able to show Mr. Atwater anything important connected with the cigarettes or the salary, but he could prove him how reckless he was. With that, a vision formed before him. He saw Julia and her father standing spellbound at a crossing, while a smiling youth stood directly between the rails in the middle of the street and let a charging trolley car destroy him. Not instantly, for he would live long enough to whisper, as the stricken pair bent over him, "Now, Julia, which do you believe, your father or me?" And then, with a slight dying sneer, "Well, Mr. Atwater, is this reckless enough to suit you?" Town squirrels flitted along their high paths in the shade tree branches above the embittered young lover, and he noticed them not at all, which was but little less than he noticed the elderly human couple who observed him from a side yard as he passed by. Mr. and Mrs. Burgess had been happily married for 53 years and 4 months. Mr. Burgess lay in a hammock between two maple trees and was soothingly swung by means of a string connecting the hammock and the rocking chair in which sat Mrs. Burgess, acting as a mild motor for both the chair and the hammock. "That's Noble Dill walking along the sidewalk," Mrs. Burgess said, interrupting for a moment, and interpreting for her husband's failing eyes. "I bowed to him, but he hardly seemed to see us, and just barely lifted his hat. He needn't be cross with us, because some other young man's probably taking Julia Atwater out driving." "Yes, he need," Mr. Burgess declared. "A boy in his condition needs to be cross with everything. Sometimes they get so cross they go and drink liquor. Don't you remember?" She laughed. "I remember once," she assented, and laughed again. "Why, it's such a terrible time of life," her husband went on. "Poets and such like always take on about young love as if it were a charming and romantic experience, but really it's just a series of mortifications. The young lover is always wanting to do something dashing and romantic and Sir Walter Raleigh like, but in ordinary times about the wildest thing he can do if he can afford it, is to learn to run a Ford. And he can't stand a word of criticism. He can't stand being made the least little bit of fun of. And yet all the while his state of mind lays him particularly open to all the things he can't stand. He can't stand anything, and he has to stand everything. Why, it's a horrible time of life, mamma." "Yes, it is," she assented placidly. "I'm glad we don't have to go through it again, Freddie. Though you're only 82, and with a girl like Julia Atwater around, nobody ought to be sure." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Although Noble had saluted the old couple so crossly, thus unconsciously making them, as he made the sidewalk, proxy for Mr. Atwater, so to speak, yet the sight of them penetrated his outer layers of preoccupation and had an effect upon him. In the midst of his suffering his imagination paused for a shudder. What miserable old gray shadows those two were! Thank heaven he and Julia could never be like that! And in the haze that rose before his mind's eye he saw himself leading Julia through years of adventure in far parts of the world. There were glimpses of him fighting grotesque figures on the edge of Himalayan precipices at dawn, while Julia knelt by the tent on the glacier and prayed for him. He saw head waiters bowing him and Julia to tables in strange foreign cafes, and when they were seated, and he had ordered dishes that amazed her, he would say, in a low voice, "Don't look now, but do you see that heavy-shouldered man with the insignia, sitting with that adventuress and those 8 officers who are really his guards? Don't be alarmed, Julia, but I am here to get that man. Perhaps you remember what your father once said of me. Now, when what I have to do here is done, perhaps you may wish to write home and mention a few things to that old man." And then a boy's changing voice seemed to sound again close by. "He said he just could stand the smell of some cigarettes, but if you burn any more of yours on his porch—" And Noble came back miserably to town again. From an upper window of a new stucco house 2 maidens of 19 peered down at him. The shade of a striped awning protected the window from the strong sun and the maidens from the sight of man, the latter protection being especially fortunate, since they were preparing to take a conversational afternoon nap, were robed with little substance, and their heads appeared to be antlered, for they caught sight of Noble just as they were preparing to put on silk and lace things they called caps on their heads. "Who's that?" the visiting one asked. "It's Noble Dill. He's kind of one of the crowd." "Is he nice?" "Oh, sort of. Kind of shambles around." "Looks like last year's straw hat to me," the visiting one giggled. "Oh, he tries to dress. Lately, that is. But he never did know how." "Looks mad about something." "Yes, he's one of the ones in love with that Julia Atwater I told you about." "Has he got any chance with her?" "Noble Dill? Mercy!" "Is he much in love with her?" "Much? Murder!" The visiting one turned from the window and yawned. "Come on, let's lie down and talk about some of the nice ones." The second house beyond this it was the house of Julia. And what a glamour of summer light lay upon it because it was the house of Julia! The texture of the sunshine came under a spell here. Glowing flakes of amber were afloat. A powder of opals and rubies fell silently a drizzle through the trees. The very air changed, beating faintly with fairy music, for breathing it was breathing sorcery. Elfin symphonies went tinkling through it. The grass in the next yard to Julia's was just grass, but every blade of grass in her yard was cut of jewels. Julia's house was also the house of that person who through some ungovernable horseplay of destiny happened to be her father, and this gave the enchanted spot a background of lurking cyclone. No one could tell at what instant there might rise above the roseate pleasance a funnel-shaped cloud. With young Herbert's injurious narrative fresh in his mind, Noble quickened his steps, but as he reached the farther fence post, marking the southward limit of Mr. Atwater's property, he halted short, startled beautifully. Through the open front door, just past, a voice had called his name, a voice of such arresting sweetness that his breath stopped like his feet. "Oh, Noble!" it called again. He turned back, and anyone who might have seen his face then would have known what was the matter with him, and must have been only the more sure of it because his mouth was open. The next instant the adequate reason for his disorder came lightly through the open door and down to the gate. Julie was kind, much too kind. She had heard that her Aunt Harriet and her Uncle Joe were frequently describing Mr. Atwater's most recent explosion to other members of the extensive Atwater Family League, and though she had not discovered how Aunt Harriet and Uncle Joe had obtained their material yet, in Julia's way of wording her thoughts, an account of the episode was all over town, and she was almost certain that by this time Noble Dill had heard it. And so, lest he should suffer, the too gentle creature seized the first opportunity to cheer him up. That was the most harmful thing about Julia. When anybody liked her, even Noble Dill, she couldn't bear to have him worried. She was the sympathetic princess who wouldn't have her puppy's tail chopped off all at once, but only a little at a time. "I just happened to see you going by," she said, and then, with an astounding perfection of seriousness, she added the question, "Did you mind my calling to you and stopping you, Noble?" He leaned, drooping upon the gate-post, seeming to yearn toward it. His expression was such that this gate-post need not have been surprised if Noble had knelt to it. "Why, no," he said hoarsely. "No, I don't have to be back at the office any particular time. No. I just wanted to ask you," she hesitated. "Well, it really doesn't amount to anything. It's nothing so important. I couldn't have spoken to you about it some other time." "Well," said Noble, and then on the spur of the moment he continued darkly, "there might not be any other time." "How do you mean, Noble?" He smiled faintly. "I'm thinking of going away." This was true, nevertheless. It was the first time he had thought of it. "Going away," he repeated in a murmur, "from this old town." A shadowy, sweet reproach came upon Julia's eyes. "You mean for good, Noble?" she asked in a low voice, although no one knew better than she what trouble such performances often cost her, later. "Noble, you don't mean—" He made a vocal sound conveying recklessness, something resembling a reckless laugh. "I might go any day, just as it happens to strike me." "But where to, Noble?" "I don't— well, maybe to China." "China!" she cried in amazement. "Why, Noble Dill!" "There's lots of openings in China," he said. "A white man can get a commission in the Chinese army any day." "And so," she said, "you mean you'd rather be an officer in the Chinese army than stay here?" With that she bit her lip and averted her face for an instant, then turned to him again, quite calm. Julie could not help doing these things. She was born that way, and no punishment changed her. "Julia!" the dazzled Noble began, but he stopped with this beginning, his voice seeming to have exhausted itself upon the name. "When do you think you'll start?" she asked. His voice returned. "I don't know just when," he said, and he began to feel a little too much committed to this sudden plan of departure, and to wonder how it had come about. I haven't set any day exactly." "Have you talked it over with your mother yet, Noble?" "Not yet, exactly," he said, and was conscious of a distaste for China as something unpleasant and imminent. "I thought I'd wait till it was certain I would go." "When will that be, Noble?" And in spite of herself, Julia spoke in the tone of one who controls herself to ask in calmness. Is my name on the list for the guillotine?" "Well," he said, "it'll be as soon as I've made up my mind to go. I probably won't go before then. Not till I've made up my mind to." "But you might do that any day, mightn't you?" Noble began to feel relieved. He seemed to have hit upon a way out. "Yes, and then I'd be gone," he said firmly. "But probably I wouldn't go at all unless I decided to." This seemed to save him from China, and he added recklessly, "I guess I wouldn't be missed much around this old town if I did go." "Yes, you would," Julia said quickly. "Your family'd miss you, and so would everybody." "Julia, you wouldn't." She laughed lightly. "Of course I should, and so would papa." Noble released the gatepost and appeared to slant backward. "What?" "Papa was talking about you this very morning at breakfast," she said, and she spoke the truth. "He said he dreamt about you last night." "He did?" Julia nodded sunnily. "He dreamed that you and he were the very greatest friends." This was also true, so far as it went. She only omitted to state that Mr. Atwater had gone on to classify his dream as a nightmare. "There!" she cried. "Why, of course he'd miss you. He'd miss you as much as he'd miss any friend of mine that comes here." Noble felt a sudden rush of tenderness toward Mr. Atwater. It is always possible to misjudge a man for a few hasty words, and Julia went on quickly. "I never saw anybody like you, Noble Dill," she exclaimed. "I don't suppose there's anybody in the United States except you that would be capable of doing things like going off to be an officer in the Chinese army, all just any minute like this. I've always decided you were about the most reckless man I know." Noble shook his head. "No," he said judiciously, "I'm not reckless. It's just that I don't care what happens." Julia became grave. "Don't you?" "To me," he said hurriedly. "I mean, I don't care what happens to myself. I mean, that's more the way I am than just reckless." She was content to let his analysis stand, though she shook her head, as if knowing herself to be wiser than he about his recklessness. A cheerfulness came upon them, and the Chinese question seemed to have been settled by these indirect processes. In fact, neither of them ever mentioned it again. "I mustn't keep you," she said, "especially when you ought to be getting on downtown to business, but oh!" She gave the little cry of a forgetful person reminded. "I almost forgot what I ran out to ask you." "What was it, Julia?" Noble spoke huskily in a low voice. "What is it you want me to do, Julia?" She gave a little fluttering laugh, half timid, half confiding. "Oh, you know how funny papa is about tobacco smoke." But she hurried on without waiting for an answer. "Well, he is. He's the funniest old thing. He doesn't like any kind very much except his own special cheroot things. He growls about every other kind, but the cigars Mr. Ridgely smokes when he comes here, papa really does make a fuss over. And you see, I don't like to say no when Mr. Ridgely asks if he can smoke, because it always makes men so uncomfortable if they can't when they're sitting on a veranda. So I wondered if I could just tactfully get him to buy something different from his cigars. And I thought the best thing would be to suggest those cigarettes you always have, Noble. They're the ones papa makes the least fuss about, and seems to stand the best, next to his own. He seems to like them the most, I mean, but I'd forgotten the name of them. That's why I ran out to ask you. Orduma Egyptian cigarettes. Would you mind giving me one, just to show Mr. Ridgely?" Noble gave her an Orduma cigarette. "Oh, thank you," she said gratefully. "I mustn't keep you another minute, because I know your father wouldn't know what to do at the office without you. Thank you so much for this." She turned and walked quickly halfway up the path, then paused, looking back over her shoulder. "I'll only show it to him, Noble," she said. "I won't give it to him." She bit her lip as if she had said more than she should have, shook her head as in self-chiding, then laughed, and in a flash touched the tiny white cylinder to her lips, waved it to him, then ran to the veranda and up the steps and into the house. She felt satisfied that she had set matters right, this kind Julia. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Before she thus set matters right with Noble, he had been unhappy, and his condition had been bad. Now he was happy, but his condition was worse. In truth, he was much, much too happy. Nothing rational remained in his mind. No elfin orchestra seemed to buzz in his ears as he went down the street, but a loud, triumphing brass band. His unathletic chest was inflated. He heaved up with joy, and a little child, playing on the next corner, turned and followed him for some distance, trying to imitate his proud, singular walk. Restored to too much pride, Noble became also much too humane. He thought of Mr. Atwater's dream, and felt almost a motherly need to cherish and protect him, and to be indeed his friend. There was a warm spot in Noble's chest, produced in part by a yearning toward that splendid old man. Noble had a good home, $66 in the bank, and $1.40 in his pockets. He would have given all for a chance to show Mr. Atwater how well he understood him now, at last, and how deeply he appreciated his favor. Students of alcoholic intoxication have observed that in their cups commonplace people, and not geniuses, do the most unusual things. So with all other intoxications. Noble Dill was indeed no genius, and some friends should have kept an eye upon him today. He was not himself. All afternoon, in a mood of tropic sunrise, he collected rents, or with glad vagueness consented instantly to their postponement. "I've come about the rent again," he said beamingly, to one delinquent tenant of his father's best client, and turned and walked away, humming a waltz song, while the man was still coughing as a preliminary to argument. Late in the afternoon, as the entranced collector sat musing alone near a window in his father's office, his exalted mood was not affected by the falling of a preternatural darkness over the town, nor was he roused to action by any perception of the fact that the other clerks and the members of the firm had gone home an hour ago, that the clock showed him his own duty to lock up the office and not keep his mother waiting dinner, and that he would be caught in a most outrageous thunderstorm if he didn't hurry. No, he sat, smiling fondly, by the open window, and at times made a fragmentary gesture, as of some heroic or benevolent impulse in rehearsal. Meanwhile, paunchy with wind and wetness, unmannerly clouds came smoking out of the blackened west. Rumbling, they drew on. Then from cloud to cloud, dizzy amazements of white fire staggered, crackled, and boomed on to the assault. The doors of the winds were opened, the tanks of deluge were unbottomed, and the storm took the town. So, presently, Noble noticed that it was raining, and decided to go home. With an idea that he was fulfilling his customary duties, he locked the doors of the two inner rooms, dropped the keys gently into a wastebasket, and, passing by an umbrella which stood in a corner, went out to the corridor, and thence stepped into the street of whooping rain. Here he became so practical as to turn up his collar, and substantially, aided by the wind at his back, he was not long in leaving the purlieus of commerce behind him for Julia's Street. Other people lived on this street. He did, himself, for that matter, and in fact it was the longest street in the town. Moreover, it had an official name with which the word Julia was entirely unconnected, but for Noble Dill, and probably for Newland Sanders and for some others in age from 19 to 60, it was Julia's Street, and no other. It was a tumultuous street as Noble splashed along the sidewalk. Incredibly elastic, the shade trees were practicing calisthenics, though now and then one outdid itself and lost a branch. Thunder and lightning romped like loosed scandal. Rain hissed upon the pavement and capered ankle high. It was a storm that asked to be left to itself for a time, after giving fair warning that the request would be made; and Noble and the only other pedestrian in sight had themselves to blame for getting caught. This other pedestrian was some 40 or 50 yards in advance of Noble, and moved in the same direction at about the same gait. He wore an old overcoat, running with water; the brim of his straw hat sagged about his head, so that he appeared to be wearing a bucket. He was a sodden and pathetic figure. Noble himself was as sodden. His hands were wet in his very pockets. His elbows seemed to spout, yet he spared a generous pity for the desolate figure struggling on before him. All at once Noble's heart did something queer within his wet bosom. He recognized that figure, and he was not mistaken. Except the one figure, and those of his own father and mother and 3 sisters, this was the shape that Noble would most infallibly recognize anywhere in the world, and under any conditions. In spite of the dusk and the riot of the storm, Noble knew that none other than Mr. Atwater splashed before him. He dismissed a project for seizing upon a fallen branch and running forward to walk beside Mr. Atwater and hold the branch over his venerated head. All the branches were too wet, and Noble feared that Mr. Atwater might think the picture odd, and decline to be thus protected. Yet he felt that something ought to be done to shelter Julia's father and perhaps save him from pneumonia. Surely there was some simple, helpful, dashing thing that ordinary people couldn't think of, but that Noble could. He would do it, and not stay to be thanked. And then, tomorrow evening, not sooner, he would go to Julia and smile and say, "Your father didn't get too wet, I hope, after all." And Julia, "Oh, Noble, he's talked of you all day long as his new Sir Walter Raleigh." Suddenly will-o'-the-wisp opportunity flickered before him, and in his high mood he paused not at all to consider it, but insanely chased it. He had just reached a crossing, and down the cross street, walking away from Noble, was the dim figure of a man carrying an umbrella. It was just perceptible that he was a fat man, struggling with the seeming feebleness in the wind, and making poor progress. Mr. Atwater, moving up Julia's Street, was out of sight from the cross street where struggled the fat man. Noble ran swiftly down the cross street, jerked the umbrella from the fat man's grasp, ran back, with hoarse sounds dying out behind him in the riotous dusk, turned the corner, sped after Mr. Atwater, overtook him, and thrust the umbrella upon him. Then, not pausing the shortest instant for thanks or even recognition, the impulsive boy sped onward, proud and joyous in the storm, leaving his beneficiary far behind him. In his young enthusiasm he had indeed done something for Mr. Atwater. In fact, Noble's kindness had done as much for Mr. Atwater as Julia's gentleness had done for Noble, but how much both Julia and Noble had done was not revealed in full until the next evening. That was a warm and moonshiny night, of air unusually dry, and yet Florence sneezed frequently as she sat upon the side porch at the house of her great aunt Carrie and her great uncle Joseph. Florence had a cold in the head, though how it got to her head was a process involved in the mysterious ways of colds, since Florence's was easily to be connected with Herbert's remark that he wouldn't ever be caught takin' his death a cold, sittin' on the damp grass in the night air just to listen to a lot of old tooty-too. It appeared from Florence's narrative to those interested listeners, Aunt Carrie and Uncle Joseph, that she had been sitting on the grass in the night air when both air and grass were extraordinarily damp. In brief, she had been at her post soon after the storm cleared on the preceding evening, but she had heard no tooty-tooty. Her overhearings were of sterner stuff. "Well, what did Julia say then?" Aunt Carrie asked eagerly. "She said she'd go up and lock herself in her room and stuff cushions over her ears if grandpa didn't quit making such a fuss." "And what did he say?" "He made more rumpus than ever," said Florence. He went on and told the whole thing over and over again. He seemed like he couldn't tell it enough, and every time he told it his voice got higher and higher till it was kind of squealy. He said he'd had his raincoat on, and he didn't want an umbrella anyhow, and hadn't ever carried one a single time in 14 years, and he took on about Noble Dill and all this and that, about how you bet he knew who it was. He said he could tell Noble Dill in the dark any time by his cigarette smell, and anyway it wasn't too dark so's he couldn't see his skimpy little shoulders, and anyway he saw his face. And he said Noble didn't hand him the umbrella, he stuck it all down over him like he was somep'n on fire he wanted to put out, and before he could get out of it and throw it away, this old fat man that it belonged to and was chasing Noble, he ran up to grandpa from behind and took hold of him or somep'n, and they slipped and got to fussin' against each other, and then after a while they got up, and grandpa saw it was somebody he knew and told him for heaven's sake why didn't he take his old umberella and go on home, and so he did, because it was raining, and I guess he probably had to give up. He couldn't out-talk grandpa. No, said Uncle Joe. He couldn't, whoever he was. But what happened about Noble Dill? Florence paused to accumulate and explode a sneeze, then responded pleasantly. He said he was going to kill him. He said he often and often wanted to, and now he was. That's the reason I guess Aunt Julia wrote that note this morning. What note? Aunt Carrie inquired. You haven't told us of that. I was over there before noon, said Florence, and Aunt Julia gave me a quarter and said she'd write a note for me to take to Noble Dill's house when he came home for lunch and give it to him. She kind of slipped it to me because grandpa came in there, poking around, while she was just finishing writing it. She didn't put any envelope on it even, and she never said a single thing to me about its being private or my not reading it if I wanted to or anything. Of course you didn't, said Aunt Carrie. You didn't, did you, Florence? Why, she didn't say not to, Florence protested, surprised. It wasn't even in an envelope. Mr. Joseph Atwater coughed. I hardly think we ought to ask what the note said, even if Florence was, well, indiscreet enough to read it. No, said his wife. I hardly think so either. It didn't say anything important, anyhow, probably. It began, Dear Noble, said Florence promptly. Dear Noble, that's the way it began. It said how grandpa was just all upset to think he'd accepted an umbrella from him when Noble didn't have another one for himself like that, and grandpa was so embarrassed to think he'd let Noble do so much for him, and everything. He just didn't know what to do, and probably it would be tactful if he wouldn't come to the house till grandpa got over being embarrassed and everything. She said not to come till she let him know. Did you notice Noble when he read it? Asked Aunt Carrie. Yes, sir, and would you believe it? He just looked too happy. Florence made answer, not wholly comprehending with what truth. I'll bet, said Uncle Joseph, I'll bet $1,000 that if Julia told Noble Dill he was 6 feet tall, Noble would go and order his next suit of clothes to fit a 6-foot man. And his wife complimented this with a generalization, simple, yet of significance too little recognized. They don't see a thing, she said. The young men that buzz around a girl's house don't see a thing of what goes on there. Inside, I mean. Yet at that very moment a young man was seeing something inside a girl's house a little way down that same street. That same street was Julia's street, and the house was Julia's. Inside the house, in the library, sat Mr. Atwater, trying to read a work by Thomas Carlyle, while a rhythmic murmur came annoyingly from the veranda. The young man, watching him attentively, saw him lift his head and sniff the air with suspicion, but the watcher took his pantomime to be an expression of distaste for certain versifyings, and, sharing that distaste, approved. Mr. Atwater sniffed again, threw down his book and strode out to the veranda. There sat dark-haired Julia in a silver dress, and nearby Newland Sanders read a long, young poem from the manuscript. "Who is smoking out here?" Mr. Atwater inquired in a dead voice. "Nobody, sir," said Newland with eagerness. "I don't smoke. I have never touched tobacco in any form in my life." Mr. Atwater sniffed once more, found purity, and returned to the library. But here the air seemed fairly impregnated with Orduma cigarettes. "Curious," he said as he composed himself once more to read, and presently the odor seemed to wear away and vanish. Mr. Atwater was relieved. The last thing he could have wished was to be haunted by Noble Dill. Yet for that while he was too honorable to follow such an example as Florence's. Noble, of course, would not spy or eavesdrop near the veranda where Julia sat, but he thought there could be no harm in watching Mr. Atwater read. Looking at Mr. Atwater was at least the next thing to looking at Julia. And so, out in the night, Noble was seated upon the top of the side fence, looking through the library window at Mr. Atwater. After a while, Noble lit another Orduma cigarette and puffed strongly to start it. The smoke was almost invisible in the moonlight, but the night breeze, stirring gently, wafted it toward the house, where the open window made an inward draught and carried it heartily about the library. Noble was surprised to see Mr. Atwater rise suddenly to his feet. He smote his brow, put out the light, and stamped upstairs to his own room. His purpose to retire was understood when the watcher saw a light in the bedroom window overhead. Noble thought of the good, peculiar old man now disrobing there, and he smiled to himself at a whimsical thought. What form would Mr. Atwater's embarrassment take? What would be his feeling, and what would he do, if he knew that Noble was there now, beneath his window, and thinking of him? In the moonlight, Noble sat upon the fence and smoked Orduma cigarettes, and looked up with affection at the bright window of Mr. Atwater's bedchamber. Abruptly the light in that window went out. "Saying his prayers now," said Noble. "I wonder if—" But not to be vain, he laughed at himself, and left the thought unfinished. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. A week later, on a hot July afternoon, Miss Florence Atwater, recovered from her cold, stood in the shady backyard of her place of residence and yawned more extensively than anyone would have believed possible, judging by her face in repose. 3 of her friends, congenial in age and sex, were out of town for the summer. 2 had been ascertained, by telephonic inquiries, to be taking commanded siestas, and neither the other one nor Florence had yet forgotten that yesterday, although they were too religious to commit themselves to a refusal to meet as sisters in the great beyond, they had taken the expurgated oath that by everything they would never speak to each other again so long as they both should live. Florence was at the end of her resources. She had sought distraction in experimental cookery, but, having scorched a finger, and having been told by the cook that a person's own kitchen wasn't worth the price at $11 a week if it had to get all smelled up with broiled rubber when the thermometer stood at 97 degrees in the shade, the experimenter abusedly turned her back on the morose woman and went out to the backyard for a little peace. After an interval of torpor, she decided to go and see what Herbert was doing, a move not short of desperation, on account of Herbert's new manner toward her. For a week Herbert had steadily pursued his scientific career, and he seemed to feel that in it he had attained a distinction beyond the reach of Florence. What made it ridiculous for her to hope was, of course, the fact that she was a girl, and Herbert had explained this to her in a cold, unpleasant way. For it is true that what is called feminism must be acquired by men, and is not a condition or taste natural to them. At 13 it has not been acquired. She found him at home. He was importantly engaged in a room in the cellar, where were loosely stored all manner of incapacitated household devices: two broken clothes wringers, a crippled and rusted sewing machine, an ice cream freezer in like condition, a cracked and discarded marble mantelpiece, chipped porcelain and chinaware of all sorts, rusted stove lids and flat irons, half a dozen dead mops and brooms. This was the laboratory, and here in congenial solitude Herbert conducted his investigations. That is to say, until Florence arrived he was undisturbed by human intrusion, but he was not alone. Far from it. There was, in fact, almost too much life in the place. Where the light felt clearest from the cobwebby windows at the ground level overhead, he had placed a long deal table, once a helpmate in the kitchen, but now a colorless antique on three legs and two starch boxes. Upon the table were 7 or 8 glass jars, formerly used for preserves and pickles, and a dozen jelly glasses, with only streaks and bits of jelly in them now, and 5 or 6 small, round, pasteboard pill boxes. The jars were covered, some with their own patent tops, others with shingles or bits of board, and one with a brick. The jelly glasses stood inverted, and were inhabited; so were the preserves jars and pickle jars, and so were the pill boxes, which evidently contained star borders, for they were pierced with breathing holes, and one of them, standing upon its side like a little wheel, now and then moved in a faint, ghostly manner, as if about to start rolling on its own account. Whereupon Herbert glanced up and addressed it sternly, though somewhat inconsistently: "You shut up!" In the display of so much experimental paraphernalia there may have been a hint that Herbert's was a scientific nature craving rather quantity than quality. His collection certainly possessed the virtue of multitudinousness, if that be a virtue, and the birds in the neighborhood must have been undergoing a great deal of disappointment. In brief, as many bugs as Herbert now owned have seldom been in the custody of any private individual. And nearly all of them were alive, energetic, and swearing, though several of the preserve jars had been imperfectly drained of their heavy syrups, and in one of them a great many spiders seemed to be having, of the whole collection, the poorest time, being pretty well mired down and yet still subject to disagreements among themselves. The habits of this group, under such unusual surroundings, formed the subject of Herbert's special study at the moment of Florence's arrival. He was seated at the table, and frowning with science as he observed the unfortunates through that magnifying glass, his discovery of which was responsible for their present condition and his own choice of a career. Florence paused in the doorway, but he gave no sign of recognition, unless his intensified preoccupation was a sign, and Florence, perceiving what line of conduct he meant to adopt, instinctively selected a reciprocal one for herself. "Herbert Atwater, you ought to be punished. I'm going to tell your father and mother." "You go away," Herbert returned, unmoved, and, without condescending to give her a glance, he set down the magnifying glass, and with a pencil wrote something profoundly entomological in a soiled memorandum book upon the table. "Run away, Florence. Run away somewheres and play." Florence approached. "Play!" she echoed tartly. "I should think you wouldn't talk much about playin', the way you're teasing those poor, poor little bugs." "Teasing!" Herbert exclaimed. "That shows! That shows!" "Shows what?" "How much you know." He became despondent about her. "See here, Florence, it doesn't look to me as though at your age a person ought to know anyway enough not to disturb me when I'm experimenting and everything, I should think." But she did not prove so meek as to await the conclusion of his remonstrance. "I never saw anything as wicked in my whole born days. What did any of those poor little bugs ever do to you, I'd like to know? You got to go and confine 'em like this. Oh, and look how dirty your hands are." This final charge, wandering so far from her previous specifications of his guilt, was purely automatic and conventional. Florence often interjected it during the course of any cousinly discussion, whatever the subject in dispute, and she had not even glanced at Herbert's hands to assure herself that the accusation was warranted. But, as usual, the facts supported her, and they also supported Herbert in his immediate, mechanical retort. "So are yours." "Not either." But here Florence, after instinctively placing her hands behind her, brought forth the right one to point, and simultaneously uttered a loud cry of "Oh, look at your hands!" For now she did look at Herbert's hands, and was amazed. "Well, what of it?" "They're all lumpy!" she cried. And as her gaze rose to his cheek, her finger followed her eyes and pointed to strange appearances there. "Look at your face!" "Well, what of it?" he demanded, his tone not entirely free from braggadocio. "A girl can't make experiments the way I do, because if one of these good old bumblebees or hornets of mine was to give 'em a little sting once in a while they was catchin' 'em and puttin' 'em in a jar, all they'd know how to do'd be to holler and run home to their mamma. Nobody with any gumption minds a few little stings after you put mud on 'em." "I guess it serves you right," Florence said, "for persecuting these poor little bugs." Herbert became plaintive. "Look here, Florence, I do wish you'd go on back home where you belong." But Florence did not reply. Instead, she picked up the magnifying glass and, gazing through it at a pickle jar of mixed beetles, caterpillars, angleworms, and potato bugs, permitted herself to shudder. "Vile things!" she said. "They are not, either," Herbert retorted hotly. "They're about the finest insects that you or anybody else ever saw, and you ought to be ashamed." "I ought?" his cousin cried. "Well, I should think you're the one ought to be ashamed if anybody ought. Down here in the cellar playin' with all these vile bugs that ought to be given their liberty, or thrown down the sewer or somep'n." Again, as she peered through the lens, she shuddered. "Vile!" "Florence," he said sternly, "you lay down that magnifying glass." "Why?" "Because you don't know how to handle it. A magnifying glass has got to be handled in just the right way, and you couldn't learn if you tried 1,000 years. That's a mighty fine magnifying glass, and I don't intend to have it ruined." "Why, just looking through it can't spoil it, can it?" she inquired, surprised. "You lay it down," said Herbert darkly. "Looking through it the wrong way isn't going to do it any good." "Why, how could just looking through it—" "Looking through it the wrong way isn't going to help it any, I tell you," he insisted. "You're old enough to know that, and I'm not goin' to have my magnifying glass spoiled and all my insects wasted just because of a mere whim of yours." "A what?" "A mere whim, I said." "What's a whim?" "Never mind you," said Herbert ominously. "You'll probably find out some day when you aren't expectin' to." Undeniably, Florence was somewhat impressed. She replaced the magnifying glass upon the table and picked up the notebook. "You lay that down, too," said Herbert instantly. "Oh, maybe it's somep'n you're 'shamed to." "Go on and read it, then," he said, suddenly changing his mind, for he was confident that she would find matter here that might cause her to appreciate at least a little of her own inferiority. "Knots," Florence began. "Knots." "Notes," he corrected her fiercely. "Notes," she read. "Notes on our insect friends. The spitter—" "Spider." The spider spends his time mostly in cobwebs, where he diligently spins between posts and catches flies to eat them. They are different colored and sizes, and have legs in pairs. Spiders also spin their webs in corners, or in weeds, or on a fence, and sometimes in the grass. They are more able to get about quicker than caterpillars or fishing worms, but cannot fly, such as pinching bugs, lightning bugs, and birds, because having no wings, nor jump as far as the grasshopper. "Grasshopper!" Herbert shouted. "I'm reading it the way it's spelled," Florence explained. "Anyway, it don't make much sense." Herbert was at least enough of an author to be furious. "Lay it down," he said bitterly, "and go on back home to your dolls." "Dolls certainly would be cleaner than vile bugs," Florence retorted, tossing the book upon the table. "But in regards to that, I haven't had any," she went on airily, "not for years and years and years and—" He interrupted her, his voice again plaintive. "See here, Florence, how do you expect me to get my work done, with you everlastingly talkin' and goin' on around here like this? Can't you see I've got somep'n pretty important on my hands?" Florence became thoughtful. "I never did see as many bugs before, altogether this way," she said. "What you goin' to do with 'em, Herbert?" "I'm makin' my experiments." But her thoughtfulness increased. "It seems to me," she said slowly, "Herbert, it seems to me there must be some awful interesting thing we could do with so many bugs altogether like this." "We?" he cried. "My goodness, whose insects do you think these insects are?" "I just know there's somep'n," she went on, following her own line of thought, and indifferent to his outburst. "There's somep'n we could do with 'em we'd never forget, if we could only think of it." In spite of himself, Herbert was interested. "Well, what?" he asked. "What could we do with 'em we'd never forget?" In her eyes there was a faraway light, as of a serious groping. "I don't just know exactly. But I know there's somep'n, if we could only think of it. If we could just—" And her voice became inaudible, as in dreamy concentration she seated herself upon the discarded ice cream freezer, and rested her elbows upon her knees and her chin upon the palms of her hands. In silence, then, she thought and thought. Herbert also was silent, for he, too, was trying to think, not knowing that already he had proved himself to be wax in her hands, and that he was destined further to show himself thus malleable. Like many and many another of his sex, he never for an instant suspected that he spent the greater part of his time carrying out ideas implanted within him by a lady friend. Florence was ever the imaginative one of those two, a maiden of unexpected fancies and inexplicable conceptions, a mind of quicksilver and mist. There was within her the seedling of a creative artist, and as she sat there, on the ice cream freezer in Herbert's cellar, with the slowly growing roseate glow of deep preoccupation upon her, she looked strangely sweet and good, and even almost pretty. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. "Do you s'pose," she said at last in a musing voice, "Herbert, do you s'pose maybe there's some poor family's children somewheres that haven't got any playthings or anything, and we could take all these and—" But here Herbert proved unsympathetic. "I'm not goin' to give my insects to any poor people's children," he said emphatically. "I don't care how poor they are." "Well, I thought maybe, just as a surprise—" "I won't do it. I had mighty hard work to catch this c'lection, and I'm not goin' to give it away to anybody, I don't care how surprised they'd be. Anyway, I'd never get any thanks for it. They wouldn't know how to handle 'em, and they'd get all stung up. And what'd be the use, anyhow? I don't see how that's going to be something so interesting we'd never forget it." "No," she said, "I guess it wouldn't. I just thought it would be kind of a benevolent thing to do." This word disturbed Herbert, but he did not feel altogether secure in his own impression that benevolent was the proper rendition of what she meant, and so refrained from criticism. Their musing was resumed. "There's one thing I do wish," Florence said suddenly, after a time. "I wish we could find some way to use the collection that would be useful for Noble Dill." Now, at this, her cousin's face showed simple amazement. "What on earth you talking about?" "Noble Dill," she said dreamily. "He's the only one I like that comes to see Aunt Julia. Anyway, I like him the most." "I bet Aunt Julia don't." "I don't care. He's the one I wish she'd get married to." Herbert was astounded. "Noble Dill? Why, I heard mamma and Aunt Hattie and Uncle Joe talking about him yesterday." "What did they say?" "Most of the time," said Herbert, "they just laughed. They said Noble Dill was the very last person in this town Aunt Julia'd ever dream of marryin'. They said he wasn't anything. They said he wasn't handsome and he wasn't distinguished looking." "I think he is," Florence interposed. "I think he's very distinguished looking." "Well, they said he wasn't, and they know more'n you do. Why, Noble Dill isn't hardly any taller'n I am myself, and he hasn't got any muscle particularly. Aunt Julia wouldn't look at him." "She does, too. My goodness, how could he sit on the porch right in front of her for 2 or 3 hours at a time without her looking at him?" "I don't care," Herbert insisted stubbornly. "They said Aunt Julia wouldn't. They said she was the worst flirt had ever been in the whole family, and Noble Dill had the worst case they ever saw, but she wouldn't ever look at him, and if she did she'd be crazy." "Well, anyway," said Florence, "I think he's the nicest of all that goes to see her, and I wish we could use this c'lection some way that would be nice for him." Herbert renewed his protest. "How many times I got to tell you I had a hard enough time catchin' this c'lection, day in and day out, from before daylight till after dark, and then fixin' 'em all up like this and everything. I don't propose to waste 'em just to suit Noble Dill, and I'm not goin' to give 'em away either. If anybody wanted to buy 'em and offered a good fair price, money down, why I " "That's it, Herbert!" his lady cousin exclaimed with sudden excitement. "Let's sell 'em!" She jumped up, her eyes bright. "I bet we could get maybe $5 for 'em. We can pour the ones that are in the jars that haven't got tops, and the ones in the jelly glasses and pill boxes we can pour all those into the jars that have got tops, and put the tops on again, and that'd just about fill those jars. And then we could put 'em in a basket and take 'em out and sell 'em." "Where could we sell 'em?" Herbert inquired, not convinced. "At the fish store!" she cried. "Everybody uses bugs and worms for bait when they go fishing, don't they? I bet the fish man'll buy all the worms we got, even if he wouldn't buy anything else. I bet he'll buy all the others, too. I bet he never saw as much good bait as this all at one time in his whole life. I bet he'll give us $5, maybe more." Herbert was dazzled. The thought of this market was a revelation. Nothing could have been more plausible. Considered as bait, the collection at once seemed to acquire a practical and financial value which it lacked purely as a collection. And with that the amateur and scientist disappeared, giving way to the person of affairs. "Give us $5?" he said in this capacity, and for deeper effect he used a rhetorical expression. "Who do you think is the owner of all this fish bait, may I ask you, pray?" "Yes, you may, pray," was his cousin's instant and supercilious retort. "Pray where you would ever of got any $5 from any fish man if it hadn't been for me, pray? Pray, didn't I first suggest our doing somep'n with the bugs we'd never forget? And if the fish man gives us $5 for 'em, won't we remember it all our lives, pray? And pray, what part did you think up of all this pray. Not one single thing, and if you don't divide even with me, I'll run ahead and tell the fish man the whole c'lection has been in bottles that had old medicine and poison in 'em, and then where'll you'll be, pray?" It is to be doubted that Florence possessed the cold-blooded capacities with which this impromptu in diplomacy seemed to invest her. Probably she would never have gone so far, but the words sufficed, and Herbert was so perfectly intimidated that he was even unresentful. "Well, you can have your old $2.50, whether you got a right to it or not," he said. "But you got to carry the basket." "No," said Florence. "This has got to be done right, Herbert. We're partners now, and everything's got to be divided just exactly even. I'll carry the basket half the way, and you carry it the other half." "Well," he grumbled, consenting. "That's the only right way," she said sunnily. "You carry it till we get to the fish man's, and I'll carry it all the way back." But even Herbert could perceive the inequality here. "It'll be empty, then," he protested. "Fair's fair and wrong's wrong," she returned firmly. "I spoke first to carry it on the way home, and the one that speaks first gets it." "Look here!" "Herbert, we got to get all these bugs fixed up and ready," she urged. "We don't want to waste the whole afternoon just talking about it, do we? Besides, Herbert, on the way home you'll have $2.50 in your pocket, or anyway as much as you have left if you buy some soda and candy and things, and you'll feel so fine then you won't mind whether you're carrying the basket or not." The picture she now suggested to Herbert's mind was of himself carrying the basket both to the fish man and from the fish man, and he found himself anxious to protest, yet helpless in a maze of perplexity. "But wait a minute," he began. "You said—" "Let's don't waste another minute," she interrupted briskly. "I shouldn't wonder if it was after 4 o'clock by this time, and we both need money. Hurry, Herbert." "But didn't you say—" He paused to rub his head. "You said I'd feel so good I wouldn't mind if—" "No, I said, hurry." "Well—" And though he felt that a subtle injustice lurked somewhere, he was unable to think the matter out clearly into its composing elements, and gave up trying. Nevertheless, as he obeyed her, and began to hurry, there remained with him an impression that by some foggy and underhand process he had been committed to acquiescence in an unfair division of labor. In this he was not mistaken. An hour later he and Florence were on their way home from the fish man's place of business, and Herbert, having carried the basket thither, was now carrying it thence. Moreover, his burden was precisely as heavy on this homeward leg of the course as it had been on that terminating at the fish store, for, covered by a discreet newspaper, the preserve and pickle jars still remained within the basket, their crowding and indignant contents intact. The fish man had explained in terms derisive but plain the difference between a fishman and a fisherman. He had maintained his definitions of the two economic functions in spite of persistent arguments on the part of the bait dealers, and in the face of reductions that finally removed 90% of their asking price. He wouldn't give 50 cents, or 10 cents, or 1 cent, he said, and he couldn't furnish the address of anybody else that would. His fish came by express, he declared, again and again, and the only people he knew that did any fishing were mainly colored, and dug their own bait, and though these might possibly be willing to accept the angleworms as a gift, they would probably incline to resent a generosity including so many spiders, not to speak of the dangerous winged members of the collection. On account of these latter, he jocosely professed himself to be anxious lest the tops of some of the jars might work loose, and altogether he was the most disheartening man they had ever met. Anticlimax was never the stimulant of amiability, and after an altercation on the pavement just outside of the store, during which the derisive fishman continually called to them to go on and take that there basket out of the neighborhood, the cousins moved morbidly away, and walked for a time in silence.
They brooded. Herbert was even more embittered with Florence than he was with the fish man, and Florence found life full of unexpectedness. It had been so clear to her that the fish man would say, "Why, certainly. Here's $5, $2.50 for each of you. Would you care to have the jars back?" The facts, so contrary, seemed to wear the aspect of deliberate malice, and she felt ill-used, especially as she had several physical grievances, due to her assistance in pouring part of the collection into the jars with tops. In spite of every precaution, 3 or 4 of the liveliest items had made their escape during this pouring and had behaved resentfully. Florence bore one result on the back of her left hand, 2 others on the thumb and second finger of her right hand, and another, naturally the most conspicuous, on the point of her chin. These had all been painful, in spite of mud poultices, but excited by the anticipation of a kindly smiling fish man, and occupied with plans for getting Herbert to spend part of his $2.50 for mutual refreshment, she had borne up cheerfully. Now, comprehending that she had suffered in vain, she suffered anew, and hated bugs, all fishmen, and the world. It was Herbert who broke the silence and renewed the altercation. "How far you expect me to go on lugging this old basket?" he demanded, bitterly. "All the way home?" "I don't care how far," she informed him. "You can throw it away if you want to. It's certainly no property of mine, thank you." "Look here, didn't you promise you'd carry it home?" "I said I spoke to. I didn't say I would carry it." "Well, I'd like to know the But Florence cut him off. "I'll tell you the difference, since you're so anxious to know the truth, Mr. Herbert Atwater. The difference is just this: you had no business to meddle with those vile old bugs in the first place, and get me all stung up so I shouldn't wonder I'd have to have the doctor time I get home, and if I do I'm going to tell mamma all about it and make her send the bill to your father. I want you to know I hurt." "My goodness!" Herbert burst out. "Don't you s'pose I hurt any? I guess you don't hurt any worse than—" She stopped him. "Listen." From down the street there came a brazen clamoring for the right of way. It grew imperiously louder, and there were clatterings and whizzings of metallic bodies at speed, while little blurs and glistenings in the distance grew swiftly larger, taking shape as a fire engine and a horse cart. Then round the near-by corner came perilously steering the long hook and ladder wagon. It made the turn and went by with its fireman imperturbable on the running boards. "Fire!" Florence cried joyfully. "Let's go!" And pausing no instant, she made up off the street, shouting at the top of her voice, "Fire! Fire! Fire! Fire!" Herbert followed. He was not so swift a runner as she, though this he never submitted to a test admitted to be fair and conclusive, and he found her demonstration of superiority particularly offensive now, as she called back over her shoulder, "Why don't you keep up with me? Can't you keep up?" "I'd show you," he panted, "if I hadn't have to lug this old basket. I'd leave you a mile behind mighty quick." "Well, why don't you drop it, then? You s'pose I'm going to throw my c'lection away, after all the trouble I've been through with it?" She slackened her gait, dropping back beside him. "Well, then, if you think you could keep up with me if you didn't have it, why don't you leave it somewhere and come back and get it after the fire's over?" "No place to leave it." She laughed and pointed. "Why don't you leave it at grandpa's?" "Will you wait for me and start fair?" "Come on!" They obliqued across the street, still running forward, and at their grandfather's gate Herbert turned in and sped toward the house. "Take it around to the kitchen and give it to Kitty Silver," Florence called. "Tell Kitty Silver to take care of it for you." But Herbert was in no mind to follow her advice. A glance over his shoulder showed that Florence was taking another unfair advantage of him. "You wait!" he shouted. "You stand still till I get back there. You got a half a mile start already. You wait till we can start even." But Florence was skipping lightly away, and she caroled over her shoulder, waving her hand in mocking farewell as she began to run. "Ole Mr. Slowpoke can't catch me. Ole Mr. Slowpoke couldn't catch a flea." "I'll show you!" he bellowed, and, not to lose more time, he dashed up the steps of the deserted veranda, thrust his basket deep underneath a wicker settee, and ran violently after his elusive cousin. She kept a tantalizing distance between them, but when they reached the fire it was such a grand one they forgot all their differences, and also all about the basket. Chapter 9 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Noble Dill came from his father's house after dinner that evening, a youth in blossom like the shrubberies and garden beds in the dim yards up and down Julia's Street. All cooled and bathed and in new clothes of white, he took his thrilled walk through the deep summer twilight, on his way to that ineffable front porch where sat Julia, misty in the dusk. The girlish little new moon had perished naively out of the sky. The final pinkness of the west was gone. Blue evening held the quiet world, and overhead, between the branches of the maple trees, were powdered all those bright pin points of light that were to twinkle on generations of young lovers after Noble Dill, each one, like Noble, walking the same fragrant path in summer twilights to see the prettiest girl of all. Now and then there came, to the faintly throbbing ears of the pedestrian, a murmur of voices from lawns where citizens sat cooling after the day's labor, or a tinkle of laughter from where maidens dull, not being Julia, sat on verandas vacant of beauty and glamour. For these poor things Noble felt a wondering and disdainful pity. He pitied everything in the world that was not on the way to starry Julia. 8 nights had passed since he, himself, had seen her, but to-day she had replied, over the telephone, that Mr. Atwater seemed to have settled down again, and she believed it might be no breach of tact for Noble to call that evening, especially as she would be on the veranda, and he needn't ring the bell. Would she be alone, for once? It was improbable, yet it could be hoped. But as he came hoping up the street, another already sat beside Julia, sharing with her the wicker settee on the dim porch, and this was the horn-rimmed young poet. Newland had, as usual, a new poem with him, and as others had proved of late that they could sit on Julia's veranda as long as he could, he had seized the first opportunity to familiarize her with this latest work. The veranda was dark, and to go indoors to the light might have involved too close a juxtaposition to peculiar old Mr. Atwater, who was in the library; but the resourceful Newland, foreseeing everything, had brought with him a small pocket flashlight to illumine his manuscript. "It's vers libre, of course," he said as he moved the flashlight over the sheets of scribbled paper. "I think I told you I was beginning to give all the old forms up. It's the one new movement, and I felt I ought to master it." "Of course," she said sympathetically, though with a little nervousness. "Be just a wee bit careful with the flashlight. About turning it toward the window, I mean, and read in your nice low voice. I always like poetry best when it's almost whispered. I think it sounds more musical that way, I mean." Newland obeyed. His voice was hushed and profoundly appreciative of the music in itself and in his poem, as he read: "I and love. Lush white lilies line the pool, like laces limned on looking glasses. I tread the lilies underfoot, careless how they love me. Still white maidens woo me, win me not. But thou art a cornflower, sapphire eyed. I bend. Cornflower, I ask a question. O flower, speak." Julia spoke. "I'm afraid," she said, while Newland's spirit filled with a bitterness extraordinary even in an interrupted poet, "I'm afraid it's Mr. Dill coming up the walk. We'll have to postpone—" She rose and went to the steps to greet the approaching guest. "How nice of you to come!" Noble, remaining on the lowest step, clung to her hand in a fever. "Nice to come," he said hoarsely. "It's 8 days, 8 days, 8 days since—" "Mr. Sanders is here," she said. "It's so dark on this big veranda people can hardly see each other. Come up and sit with us. I don't have to introduce you two men to each other." She did not, indeed. They said "'Lo, Dill," and "'Lo, Sanders," in a manner of such slighting superiority that only the utmost familiarity could have bred a contempt so magnificent. Then, when the three were seated, Mr. Sanders thought well to add: "How's rent collecting these days, Dill? Still hustling around among those darky shanties over in Bucktown?" In the dark Noble moved convulsively, but contrived to affect a light laugh, or a sound meant for one, as he replied, in a voice not entirely under control: "How's the old poetry, Sanders?" "What?" Newland demanded sharply. "What did you say?" "I said, how's the old poetry? Do you read it to all your relations, the way you used to?" "See here, Dill!" "Well, what you want, Sanders?" "You try to talk about things you understand," said Newland. "You better keep your mind on collecting $4 a week from some poor coloured widow, and don't—" "I'd rather keep my mind on that," Noble was inspired to retort. "Your Aunt Georgina told my mother that ever since you began thinking you could write poetry the life your family led was just—" Newland interrupted. He knew the improper thing his Aunt Georgina had said, and he was again, and doubly, infuriated by the prospect of its repetition here. He began fiercely: "Dill, you see here—" "Your Aunt Georgina said—" Both voices had risen. Plainly it was time for someone to say: "Gentlemen, gentlemen!" Julia glanced anxiously through the darkness of the room beyond the open window beside her, to where the light of the library lamp shone upon a door ajar, and she was the more nervous because Noble, to give the effect of coolness, had lit an Orduma cigarette. She laughed amiably, as if the two young gentlemen were as amiable as she. "Ah, I thought of something," she said. "Let's take the settee and some chairs down on the lawn where we can sit and see the moon." "There isn't any," Noble remarked vacantly. "Let's go anyhow," she said cheerily. "Come on." Her purpose was effected. The belligerents were diverted, and Noble lifted the light wicker settee. "I'll carry this. It's no trouble. Sanders can carry a chair. I guess he'd be equal to that much." He stumbled, dropped the settee, and lifted a basket, its contents covered with a newspaper. "Somebody must have—" "What is it?" "It's a basket." "How curious!" Julia peered through the darkness. "I wonder who could have left that market basket out here. I suppose—" She paused. "Our cook does do more idiotic things than—I'll go ask her if it's ours." She stepped quickly into the house, leaving two concentrations of inimical silence behind her; but she returned almost immediately, followed by Kitty Silver. "It's no use to argue," Julia was saying as they came. "You did your marketing and simply and plainly left it out there because you were too shiftless to—" "No'm!" Miss Silver protested in a high voice of defensive complaint. "No'm, Miss Julia! I ain't left no basket on no front poach. I got just 'the market baskets in the livin' world, and they every last one on all sittin' right where I can lay my hands on 'em behind my back, too. No'm, Miss Julia, I take my solemn oath I ain't left no—" But here she debouched upon the porch and, in spite of the darkness, perceived herself to be in the presence of distinguished callers. "Pardon me," she said loftily, her tone altering at once. "I beg leave to insist I better take this here basket back to my kitchen and see what all's inside'n of it." With an elegant gesture she received the basket from Noble Dill and took the handle over her ample forearm. "H'm!"
she said. "This here ole basket kinda heavy, too. I wonder what all she is got in her." And she groped within the basket beneath the newspaper. Now it was the breath of Kitty Silver's life to linger, when she could, in a high atmosphere, and she was a powerful gossip, exorbitantly interested in her young mistress's affairs and all callers. Therefore it was beyond her not to seize upon any excuse that might detain her for any time whatever in her present surroundings. "Preserve jugs," she said. "Preserve or pickle. Can't tell which." "You can in the kitchen," Julia said with pointed suggestion. "Of course you can't in the dark." But still Miss Silver snatched at the fleeting moment and did not go. "Tell by smelling 'em," she murmured, seemingly to herself. With ease she unscrewed the top of one of the jars, then held the open jar to her nose. "Don't smell to me exackly like no preserves," she said, "nor yit like no pickles. Don't smell to me—" She hesitated, sniffed the jar again, and then inquired in a voice quickly grown anxious: "What is all this here in this here jug? Seems like to me—" But here she interrupted herself to utter a muffled exclamation, not coherent. Instantly she added some words suitable to religious observances, but in a voice of passion. At the same time, with a fine gesture, she hurled the jar and the basket from her, and both came in contact with the wall, not far away, with a sound of breakage. "Why, what—" Julia began. "Kitty Silver, are you crazy?" But Kitty Silver was moving hurriedly toward the open front door, where appeared, at that moment, Mr. Atwater in his most irascible state of peculiarity. He began: "What was that heathenish—" Shouting, Mrs. Silver jostled by him, and though she disappeared into the house a trail of calamitous uproar marked her passage to the kitchen. "What thing has happened?" Mr. Atwater demanded. "Is she—" His daughter interrupted him. "Oh!" was all she said, and sped by him like a bit of blown thistledown into the house. He grasped at her as she passed him. Then suddenly he made other gestures, and, like Kitty Silver, used Jacobean phrases. But now there were no auditors, for Noble Dill and Newland Sanders, after thoughtlessly following a mutual and natural impulse to step over and examine the fallen basket, had both gone out to the street, where they lingered a while, then decided to go home. Later that evening Florence and Herbert remembered the collection, so they came for it. A mistake. Discovering the fragments upon the veranda, they made the much more important mistake of entering the house to demand an explanation, which they received immediately. It was delivered with so much vigor, indeed, that Florence was surprised and hurt. And yet the most important of her dreamy wishes of the afternoon had been fulfilled. The collection had been useful to Noble Dill, for Mr. Atwater had smelled the smell of an Orduma cigarette and was just on the point of coming out to say some harsh things, when the collection interfered. And as Florence was really responsible for its having been in a position to interfere, so to say, she had actually in a manner protected her protégé, and also shown some of that power of which she had boasted when she told him that sometimes she made members of her family "step around pretty lively." Another of her wishes appeared to be on the way to fulfillment, too. She had hoped that something memorable might be done with the collection, and the interview with her grandfather, her Aunt Julia, and Kitty Silver seemed to leave this beyond doubt. Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Now August came, that florid, lazy month when midsummer dawdles along in trailing greeneries, and the day is like some jocund pagan, all flushed and asleep, with dripping beard rosy in a wine bowl of fat vine leaves. Yet in this languorous time there may befall a brisker night, cool and lively as an intrusive boy, a night made for dancing. On such a night a hasty thought might
put it as desirable that all the world should be 22 years old and in love, like Noble Dill. Upon the white bed in his room, as he dressed, lay the flat black silhouettes of his short evening coat and trousers, side by side, trim from new pressing, and whenever he looked at them, Noble felt rich, tall, distinguished, and dramatic. It is a mistake, as most literary legends are mistakes, to assume that girls are the only people subject to before-the-party exhilaration. At such times a girl is often in the anxious yet determined mood of a runner before a foot race, or she may be merely hopeful. Some are merry and some are grim, but arithmetical calculation of some sort, whether glorious or uneasy, is busy in their eyes as they pin and pat before their mirrors. To behold romance gone light-headed, turn to the humbler sort of man-creature under 23. Alone in his room, he may enact for you scenes of flowery grace and most capricious gallantry, rehearsals as unconscious as the curtsies of field daisies in a breeze. He has neither doubt nor certainty of his charm. He has no arithmetic at all, and is often so free of calculation that he does not even pull down the shades at his windows. Unfortunately for the neighbors, and even for passers-by, since Noble's room had a window visible from the street, his prophetic mother had closed his shutters before he began to dress. Thus she deprived honest folk of what surely must have been to them the innocent pleasure of seeing a very young man in light but complete underwear, lifting from his head a Panama hat, new that day, in a series of courteous salutations. At times, during this same stage of his toilette, they might have had even more entertainment. Before putting on his socks, Noble one-stepped for several minutes, still retaining upon his head the new hat. This was a hat of double value to him. Not only was it pleasant to behold in his mirror, but it was engaged in solidifying for the evening the arrangement of his hair. It may be admitted that he was a little giddy, for the dance was Julia's. Mr. Atwater had been summoned to New York on a blessed business that would keep him a fortnight, and his daughter, alert to the first flash of opportunity, had almost instantly summoned musicians, florists, a caterer, and set plans before them. Coincidentally, Noble had chanced to see Mr. Atwater driving down Julia's Street that morning, a traveling bag beside him, and immediately putting aside for the day all business cares, hurried to the traveller's house. Thus he forestalled, for the time being, that competition which helped to make caring for Julia so continuous a strain upon whatever organ is the seat of the anxieties. Kind Julia, busy as she was, agreed to dance the first dance with him, and the last, those being considered of such significance that he would be entitled to the prerequisites of a special cavalier. For instance, a seat beside her during the serving of the customary light repast. In such high fortune, no wonder he was a little giddy as he dressed. The process of clothing himself was disconnected, being broken by various enacted fancies and interludes. Having approached the length of one sock toward the completion of his toilette, he absently dropped the other upon the floor, and danced again, his expression and attitude signifying that he clasped a revered partner. Releasing her from this respectful confinement, he offered the invisible lady a gracious arm, and walked up and down the room with a stateliness tempered to rhythm, a cakewalk of strange refinement. Phrases seemed to be running in his head, impromptus symbolic of the touching and romantic, for he spoke them half aloud in a wistful yet uplifted manner. "O years," he said, "O years so fair, O night so rare." Then he added, in a deeper voice, "For life is but a golden dream so sweetly." Other whimsies came forth from him as the dressing slowly continued, though one might easily be at fault in attempting to fathom what was his thought when, during the passage of his right foot through the corresponding leg of his trousers, he exclaimed commandingly,
Now, Jocko, for the stirrup cup. Jack boots and a faithful squire, probably. During the long and dreamy session with his neck gear, he went back to the softer motif. O years so fair, O night so rare, for life is but a golden dream so sweetly. Then, pausing abruptly to look at his coat, so smoothly folded upon the bed, he addressed it, O noblest sample of the tailor's dexterous art. This was too much courtesy, for the coat was ready made, and looked nobler upon the bed than upon its owner. In fact, it was by no means a dexterous sample, but evidently Noble believed in it with a high and satisfying faith, and he repeated his compliment to it as he put it on. Come, noblest sample of the tailor's art, I'll don thee. During these processes he had been repeatedly summoned to descend to the family dinner, and finally his mother came lamenting, and called up from the front hall that everything was all getting cold. But by the time he was on his way, and though he went back to leave his hat in his room, unwilling to confide it to the hat-rack below, he presently made his appearance in the dining-room and took his seat at the table. This mere sitting, however, appeared to be his whole conception of dining. He seemed as unaware of his mother's urging food upon him as if he had been a noble dill of waxwork. Several times he lifted a fork and set it down without guiding it to its accustomed destination. Food was far from his thoughts or desires, and if he really perceived its presence at all, it appeared to him as something vaguely ignoble upon the horizon. But he was able to partake of coffee, drank 2 cups feverishly, his hand visibly unsteady, and when his mother pointed out this confirmation of many prophecies that cigarettes would ruin him, he asked if anybody had noticed whether or not it was cloudy outdoors. At that his father looked despondent, for the open windows of the dining-room revealed an evening of fragrant clarity. I see," Noble returned pettishly when the fine state of this closely adjacent weather was pointed out to him by his old-maid sister. "It wouldn't be raining, of course, not on a night like this." He jumped up. "It's time for me to go." Mrs. Dill laughed. "Oh, it's only a little after 7. Julie won't be through her own dinner yet. You mustn't." But with a tremulous smile Noble shook his head and hurriedly left the room. He went upstairs for his hat, and while there pinned a geranium blossom upon his lapel, for it may be admitted that in boutonnieres his taste was as yet unformed. Coming down again, he took a stick under his arm and was about to set forth when he noticed a little drift of talcum powder upon one of his patent leather shoes. After carefully removing this accretion, and adding a brighter luster to the shoe by means of friction against the back of his ankle, he decided to return to his room and brush the affected portion of his trousers. Here a new reverie arrested him. He stood with the brush in his hand for some time. Then, not having used it, he dropped it gently upon the bed, lit an Orduma cigarette, descended, and went forth to the quiet street. As he walked along Julia's Street, toward Julia's party, there was something in his mien and look more dramatic than mere sprightliness, and when he came within sight of the ineffable house, and saw its many lights shining before him, he breathed with profundity, half halting. Again he murmured, "O years so fair, O night so rare, for life is but a golden dream so sweetly." At the gate he hesitated. Perhaps he was a little early. It might be better to walk round the block. He executed this parade, and again hesitated at the gate. He could see into the brightly lighted hall beyond the open double doors, and it contained nothing except its usual furniture. Once more he walked round the block. The hall was again in the same condition. Again he went on. When he had been thrice round the block after that, he discovered human beings in the hall. They were Florence, in a gala costume, and Florence's mother, evidently arrived to be assistants at the party, for, with the helpful advice of a colored manservant, they were arranging some bunches of flowers on two hall tables. Their leisurely manner somewhat emphasized the air of earliness that hung about the place, and Noble thought it better to continue to walk round the block. The third time after that, when he completed his circuit, the musicians were just arriving, and their silhouettes, headed by that of the burdened bass fiddler, staggered against the light of the glowing doorway like a fantasia of giant beetles. Noble felt that it would be better to let them get settled, and therefore walked round the block again. Not far from the corner above Julia's, as he passed, a hoarse and unctuous voice issuing out of an undistinguishable lawn called his name. "Noble! Noble Dill!" And when Noble paused, Julia's Uncle Joseph came waddling forth from the dimness and rested his monstrous arms upon the top of the fence, where a street light revealed them as shirt-sleeved and equipped with a palm-leaf fan. "What is the matter, Noble?" Mr. Atwater inquired earnestly. "Matter?" Noble repeated. "Matter?" "We're kind of upset," said Mr. Atwater. "My wife and I been just sittin' out here in our front yard, not doing any harm to anybody, and here it's 9 times we've counted you passing the place, always going the same way." He spoke as with complaint, a man with a grievance. "It's kind of ghost-like," he added. "We'd give a good deal to know what you make of it." Noble was nonplussed. "Why," he said, "how do you get back? That's the mystery," said Mr. Atwater. "You're always walkin' down street and never up. You know my wife's never been too strong a woman, Noble, and all this isn't doing her any good. Besides, we sort of figured out that you ought really to be at Julia's dance this evening." "I am," said Noble nervously. "I mean, that's where I'm going. I'm going there. I'm going there." "That's what's upsetting us so!" the fat man exclaimed. "You keep on going there. Just when we've decided you must be there, at last, here you come, going there again. Well, don't let me detain you, but if you do decide to go in, sometime, Noble, I'm afraid you aren't going to be able to do much dancing." Noble, who had begun to walk on, halted in sudden panic. Did this sinister fear of Mr. Atwater's mean that, as an uncle, he had heard Julia was suddenly ill? "Why won't I?" he asked quickly. "Is anything—" "Your poor feet!" said Mr. Atwater, withdrawing. "Good night, Noble." The youth went on, somewhat disturbed. It seemed to him that this uncle, though Julia's, was either going queer in the head or had chosen a poor occasion to be facetious. Next time, probably, it would be better to walk round the block below this. But it was no longer advisable to walk round any block. When he came to the happy gateway, the tuning of instruments and a fanfare of voices sounded from within the house. Girls in light wraps were fluttering through the hall with young men. It was time for the party, and Noble went in. Throughout the accomplishment of the entrance he made, his outside and his inside were directly contradictory. His inside was almost fluttering; there might have been a nest of nervous young birds in his chest; but as he went upstairs to the "gentlemen's dressing-room" to leave his hat and stick, this flopping and scrambling within him was never to be guessed from his outside. His outside was unsympathetic, even stately; he greeted his fellow guest with negligent hauteur, while his glance seemed to say, "Only pleasantry here." Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Gentle Julia, by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. The stairway was crowded as he descended, and as he looked down upon the heads and shoulders of the throng below in Julia's hall, the thought came to him that since he had the first and last dances and supper engaged with Julia, the hostess, this was almost the next thing to being the host. It was a pleasing thought, and a slight graciousness now flavored his salutations.
At the foot of the stairs he became part of the file of young people who were moving into one of the large rooms where Julia stood to receive. And then, between two heads before him, he caught a first glimpse of her, and all the young birds fluttering in his chest burst into song. His heart fainted, his head ballooned, his feet seemed to dangle from him at the ends of two strings. There glowed sapphire-eyed Julia. Never had she been prettier. The group closed, shutting out the vision, and he found himself able to dry his brow and get back his breath, before moving forward in a cold and aristocratic attitude. Then he became incapable of any attitude. He was before her, and she greeted him. A buzzing of the universe confused him. He would have stood forever, but pressure from behind pushed him on, and so, enveloped in a scented cloud, he passed into a corner. He tried to remember what he had said to her, but could not. Perhaps it would have discouraged him to know that all he had said was, "Well." Now there rattled out a challenge of drums. Loud music struck upon the air. Starting instantly to go to Julia, Noble's left leg first received the electric impulse and crossed his laggard right, but he was no pacer, and thus stumbled upon himself and plunged. Still convulsive, he came headlong before her, and was the only person near who remained unaware that his dispersal of an intervening group had the appearance of extreme unconventionality. Noble knew nothing except that this was his dance with her. Then heaven played with him. She came close and touched him exquisitely. She placed a lovely hand upon his shoulder, her other lovely, cool hand in one of his, the air filled with bursting stars. They danced. Noble was conscious of her within his clasping arm, but conscious of her as nothing human. The fluffy white bodice pressed by his hand seemed to be that of some angel doll. The charming shoulder that sometimes touched his was made of a divine mist. Only the pretty head, close to his, was actual. The black sapphire eyes gave him a little blue-black glance now and then, and seemed to laugh. In truth, they did, though Julia's lips remained demure. So far as Noble was able to comprehend what he was doing, he was floating rhythmically to a faint, far music, but he was almost unconscious, especially from the knees down. To the eye of observers incapable of perceiving that Noble was floating, it appeared that he was out of step most of the time, and danced rather hoppingly. However, these mannerisms were no novelty with him, and it cannot be denied that girls at dances usually hurried impulsively away to speak to somebody when they saw him coming. One such creature even went so far as to whisper to Julia now, during a collision, "How'd you get caught?" Julia was loyal. She gave no sign of comprehension, but valiantly swung onward with Noble, bumped and bumping everywhere, in spite of the most extraordinary and graceful dexterity on her part. "That's one reason she's such a terrible belle," a damsel whispered to another. "What is?" "The way she'll be just as nice to anybody like Noble Dill as she is to anybody," said the first. "Look at her now. She won't laugh at him a bit, though everybody else is." "Well, I wouldn't laugh either," said the other. "Not in Julia's position. I'd be too busy being afraid." "What of?" "Of getting a sprained ankle." It is well that telepathy remains, as a science, lethargic. Speculation sets before us the prospect of a life beyond, in which every thought is communicated without the intervention of speech; a state wherein all neighbors and neighborhoods would promptly be dispersed, and few friendships long endure, one fears. If to Noble Dill's active consciousness had penetrated merely the things thought about him and his dancing in this one short period of time before the music for that dance stopped, he might easily have been understood if he had hurried forth, obtained explosives, and blown up the place, himself indeed included. As matters providentially were in reality, when the music stopped he stood confounded. He thought the dance had just begun. His mouth remained open until the necessary gestures of articulation intermittently closed it as he said,
Oh, that was divine!" "Too gentle," Julia agreed. "You said I could have part of some in between the first and last," he reminded her. "Can I have the first part of the next?" She laughed. "I'm afraid not. The next is Mr. Clairdyce's, and I really promised him I wouldn't give any of his away, or let anybody cut in." "Well, then," said Noble, frowning a little, "would you be willing for me to cut in on the third?" "I'm afraid not. That's Newland Sanders', and I promised him the same thing." "Well, the one after that?" "No, that one's Mr. Clairdyce's too." "It is?" Noble was greatly disturbed. "Yes." "Two that quick with old Baldy Clairdyce?" he exclaimed, raising his voice, but unaware of the fervor with which he spoke. "Two with that old—" "Sh, Noble," she said, though she laughed. "He really isn't old. He's just middle aged, and only the least bit bald. Just enough to be distinguished looking." "Well, you know what I think of him," he returned with a vehemence not moderated. "I don't think he's distinguished looking. I think he's simply and plainly a regular old—" "Sh!" Julia warned him again. "He's standing with some people just behind us," she added. "Well, then," said Noble, "can I cut in on the next one after that?" She consulted a surreptitious little card. "I'm afraid you'll have to wait till quite a little later on, Noble. That one is poor Mr. Ridgely's. I promised him I wouldn't." "Then can I cut in on the next one after that?" "It's Mr. Clairdyce's," said Julia, and she blushed. "My goodness!" said Noble. "Oh, my goodness!" "Sh! I'm afraid people—" "Let's go out on the porch," said Noble, whose manner had suddenly become desperate. "Let's go out and get some air where we can talk this thing over." "I'm afraid I'd better not just now," she returned, glancing over her shoulder. "You see, all the people aren't here yet." "You've got an aunt here," said Noble, "and a sister in law, and a little niece. I saw 'em. They can—" "I'm afraid I'd better stay indoors just now," she said persuasively. "We can talk here just as well." "We can't!" he insisted feverishly. "We can't, Julia! I've got something to say, Julia! Julia, you gave me the first dance, and the last dance, and of course sitting together at supper, or whatever there is, and you know as well as I do that means it's just the same as if you weren't giving this party but it was somewhere else, and I took you to it, and it's always understood you never dance more with anybody else than the one you went with, when you go with that person to a place, because that's the rights of it. And other towns, it's just the same way. They do that way there, just the same as here. They do that way everywhere, because nobody else has got a right to cut in and dance more with you than the one you go with, when you goes to a place with that one. Julia, don't you see that's the regular way it is, and the only fair way it ought to be?" "What? Weren't you even listening?" he cried. "Yes, indeed, but—" "Julia!" he said desperately. "Let's go out on the porch. I want to explain just the way I feel. Let's go out on the porch, Julia. If we stay here, somebody's just bound to interrupt us any minute before I can explain the way I—" But the prophecy was fulfilled even before it was concluded. A group of loudly chattering girls and their escorts of the moment bore down upon Julia, and shattered the tête-à-tête. Dislodged from Julia's side by a large and eager girl, whom he had hated ever since she was 6 years old and he 5, Noble found himself staggering in a kind of suburb. For the large girl's disregard of him, as she shouldered in, was actually physical, and too powerful for him to resist. She wished to put her coarse arm round Julia's waist. It appeared, and the whole group burbled and clamored. The party was perfectly glorious. So was the waxed floor. So was Julia, my dear. So was the music, the weather, and the din they made. Noble felt that his rights were being outraged. Until the next dance began, every moment of her time was legally his, yet all he could even see of her was the top of her head, and the minutes were flying. He stood on tiptoe, thrust his head forward over the large girl's odious shoulder, and shouted, "Julia, let's go out on the porch!" No one seemed to hear him. "Julia!" Boom! Rackety boom! The drummer walloped his drums. A saxophone squawked and fiddles squealed. Hereupon appeared a tall, authoritative man, at least 32 years old, and all swelled up with himself as interpreted by Noble and several other friends of Julia's, though this, according to quite a number of people, all feminine, was only another way of saying that he was a person of commanding presence. He wore a fully developed mustache, an easy smile, clothes offensively knowing, and his hair began to show that scarcity which Julia felt gave him distinction, a curious theory, but natural to her age. What really did give this Clairdyce some air of distinction, however, was the calmness with which he walked through the group that had dislodged Noble Dill, and the assurance with which he put his arm about Julia and swept her away in the dance. Noble was left alone in the middle of the floor, but not for long. Couples charged him, and he betook himself to the wall. The party, for him, was already ruined. Sometimes, as he stood against the wall, there would be swirled to him, out of all the comminglements of other scents, a faint hint of heliotrope, and then Julia would be borne masterfully by, her flying skirts just touching him. And sometimes, out of the medley of all other sounds, there would reach his ear a little laugh, like a run of lightly plucked harp strings, and he would see her shining dark hair above her partner's shoulder as they swept again near him for an instant. And always, though she herself might be concealed from him, he would only too painfully mark where she danced. The overtopping head of the tall Clairdyce was never lost to view. The face on the front part of that disliked head wore continuously a confident smile, which had a bad effect on Noble. It seemed to him desecration that a man with so gross a smile should be allowed to dance with Julia, and that she should smile back at her partner, and with such terrible kindness. As Noble twice saw her smile, this was like a calamity happening to her white soul without her knowing it. If she should ever marry that man, well, it would be the old story, May and December. Noble shuddered, and the drums, the fiddles, the bass fiddle, and the saxophone seemed to have an evil sound. When the music stopped, he caromed hastily through the room toward Julia, but she was in a thicket of her guests when he arrived, and for several moments Mr. Clairdyce's broad back kept intervening, almost intentionally, it seemed. When Noble tried to place himself in a position to attract Julia's attention, this back moved too, and Noble's nose but pressed black cloth. And the noise everybody made was so baffling that, in order to be heard, Julia herself was shouting. Finally, Noble contrived to squirm round the obtrusive back, and protruded his strained face among all the flushed and laughing ones. "Julia, I got to—" he began. But this was just at the climax of a story that three people were telling at the same time, Julia being one of them, and he received little attention. "Julia," he said hoarsely, "I got something I want to tell you about—" He raised his voice. "Julia, come on. Let's go out on the porch." Nobody even knew that he was there. Nevertheless, the tall and solid Clairdyce was conscious of him, but only, it proved, as one is conscious of something to rest upon. His elbow, a little elevated, was at the height of Noble's shoulder, and this heavy elbow, without its owner's direct or active cognizance, found for itself a comfortable support. Then, as the story reached its conclusion, this old Clairdyce joined the general mirth so heartily as to find himself quite overcome, and he allowed most of his weight to depend upon the supported elbow. Noble sank like feathers. "Here, what you doin'?" he said hotly. "I'll thank you to keep off o' me." Old Baldy recovered his balance without being aware what had threatened it, while his elbow, apparently of its own volition, groped for its former pedestal. Noble evaded it and pushed forward. "Julia," he said, "I got to say some—" But the accursed music began again, and horn-rimmed Newland Sanders already had his arm about her waist. They disappeared into the ruck of dancers. "Well, by George!" said Noble. "By George, I'm going to do something!" End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. He went outdoors and smoked Orduma cigarettes, one after the other. Dances and intermissions succeeded each other, but Noble had "enough of that for one while," so he muttered. And remembering how Julia had told him that he was killing himself with cigarettes, "All right," he said now, as he bitterly lighted his fifth at the spark of the fourth. "I hope I will." "Lot of difference it'd make," he said as he lighted the eighth of a series that must, all told, have contained nearly as much tobacco as a cigar. And, leaning back against the trunk of one of the big old walnut trees in the yard, he gazed toward the house, where the open window nearest him splashed with color like a bright and crowded aquarium. To her, anyway, he added, with a slight remorse, remembering that his mother had frequently shown him evidences of affection. Yes, his mother would care, and his father and sisters would be upset, but Julia! When the friends of the family were asked to walk by for a last look, would she be one? What optimism remained to him presented a sketch of Julia in black, borne from the room in the arms of girl friends who tried in vain to hush her, but he was unable to give this more hopeful fragment an air of great reality. Much more probably, when word came to her that he had smoked himself to death, she would be a bride, dancing at Niagara Falls with her bald old husband, and she would only laugh and pause to toss a faded rose out of the window, and then go right on dancing. But perhaps, some day, when tears had taught her the real meaning of life with such a man. "You wow!" Noble jumped. From the darkness of the yard beside the house there came a grievous howl, distressful to the spinal marrow, a sound of animal pain. It was repeated even more passionately, and another voice was also heard, one both hoarsely bass and falsetto in the articulation of a single syllable. "Ouch!" There were sounds of violent scuffing, and the bass falsetto voice cried, "What that you stuck me with?" And another, drag her back by her feet." These alarms came from the almost impenetrable shadows of the small orchard beside the house, and from the same quarter was heard the repeated contact of a heavy body, seemingly wooden or metallic, with the ground. But high over this rose a shrieking, "Help! Help! Oh, help!" This voice was girlish. "Help!" Noble dashed into the orchard, and at once fell prostrate upon what seemed a log, but proved to be a large and solidly packed ice cream freezer lying on its side. Dark forms scrambled over the fence and vanished, but as Noble got to his feet he was joined by a dim and smallish figure in white, though more light would have disclosed a pink sash girdling its middle. It was the figure of Miss Florence Atwater, seething with furious agitations. "Vile thieves!" she panted. "Who?" Noble asked, brushing at his knees, while Florence made some really necessary adjustments of her own attire. "Who were they?" "It was my own cousin Herbert and that nasty little Henry Rooter and their gang. Herbert thinks he has to act perfectly horrible all the time, now his voice is changing," said Florence, her emotion not abated. "Tried to steal this whole ice cream freezer off the back porch and sneak it over the fence and eat it. I stuck a pretty long pin in Herbert and two more of 'em, every bit as far as it would go." And in the extremity of her indignation she added, "The dirty robbers!" "Did they hurt you?" "You bet your life they didn't," the child responded. "Tried to drag me back to the house by the feet. I guess I gave 'em enough o' that." Then, tugging the prostrate freezer into an upright position, she exclaimed darkly, "I expect I gave old Mr. Herbert and some of the others of 'em just a few kicks they won't be in such a hurry to forget." And in spite of his own gloomy condition, Noble was able, upon thinking over matters, to spare some commiseration for Herbert and his friend, that nasty little Henry Rooter and their gang. They seemed to have been at a disadvantage. "I suppose I'd better carry the freezer back to the kitchen porch," he said. "Somebody may want it." "Somebody!" Florence exclaimed. "Why, there's only two of these big freezers, and if I hadn't happened to suspect somep'n and be layin' for those vile thieves, half the party wouldn't get any." And as an afterthought, when Noble had pantingly restored the heavy freezer to its place by the kitchen door, she said, "Or else they'd had to have such little saucers of it nobody would have been anyway like satisfied, and prob'ly all the family that's here assistin' would have had to go without any at all. That'd 'a' been the worst of it." She opened the kitchen door, and to those within explained loudly what dangers had been averted, directing that both freezers be placed indoors under guard. Then she rejoined Noble, who was walking slowly back to the front yard. "I guess it's pretty lucky you happened to be hangin' round out here," she said. "I guess that's about the luckiest thing ever happened to me. The way it looks for me, I guess you saved my life. If you hadn't chased 'em away, I wouldn't been a bit surprised if that gang would killed me." "Oh, no," said Noble, "they wouldn't." "You don't know 'em like I do," the romantic child assured him. "I know that gang pretty well, and I wouldn't 'a' been a bit surprised. I wouldn't been." "But " She tossed her head, signifying recklessness. "Guess 'twouldn't make much difference to anybody particular whether they did or not," said this strange Florence. Noble regarded her with astonishment. They had reached the front yard, and paused under the trees where the darkness was mitigated by the light from the shining windows. "Why, you oughtn't to talk that way, Florence," he said. "Think of your mamma and papa and your Aunt Julia." She tossed her head again. "Pooh! They'd all of 'em just say, 'Good ribbons to bad rubbish,' I guess." However, she seemed far from despondent about this. In fact, she was naturally pleased with her position as a young girl saved from the power of ruffians by a rescuer who was her very ideal. "I bet if I died they wouldn't even have a funeral," she said cheerfully. "They'd probably just leave me lay." The curiosities of the human mind are found not in high adventure; they are everywhere in the commonplace. Never for a moment did it strike Noble Dill that Florence's turn to the morbid bore any resemblance to his recent visions of his own funeral. He failed to perceive that the two phenomena were produced out of the same laboratory jar, and were probably largely chemical at that. "Why, Florence!" he exclaimed. "That's a dreadful way to feel. I'm sure your Aunt Julia loves you." "Oh, well," Florence returned lightly, "maybe she does. I don't care whether she does or not." And now she made a deduction, the profundity of which his condition made him unable to perceive. "It makes less difference to anybody whether their aunts love 'em or not than whether pretty near anybody else at all does." "But not your Aunt Julia," he urged. "Your Aunt Julia " "I don't care whether she does than any other aunt I've got," said Florence. "All of 'em's just aunts, and that's all there is to it." "But, Florence, your Aunt Julia " "She's nothing in the world but my aunt," Florence insisted, and her emphasis showed that she was trying hard to make him understand. "She's just the same as all of 'em. I don't get anything more from her than I do from any the rest of 'em." Her auditor was dumbfounded, but not by Florence's morals. The cold-blooded calculation upon which her family affections seemed to be founded, this aboriginal straightforwardness of hers, passed over him. What shocked him was her appearing to see Julia as all of a piece with the general lot of ordinary aunts.
Helplessly he muttered again, "But your Aunt Julia—" "There she is now," said Florence, pointing to the window nearest them. "They've stopped dancing for a while, so's that ole Mister Clairdyce can get a chance to sing somep'n. Mamma told me he was goin' to." Dashing chords sounded from a piano invisible to Noble and his companion. The windows exhibited groups of deferentially expectant young people, and then a powerful barytone began a love song. From the yard the singer could not be seen, but Julia could be. She stood in the demurest attitude, and no one needed to behold the vocalist to know that the scoundrel was looking pointedly and romantically at her. "Dear, a face that holds so sweet a smile for me, were you not to mind how dark the world 'twould be." To Noble, suffering at every pore, this was less a song than a bellowing; and in truth the confident Mr. Clairdyce did "let his voice out," for he was seldom more exhilarated than when he shook the ceiling. The volume of the sound he released upon his climaxes was impressive, and the way he slid up to them had a great effect, not indoors alone, but upon Florence, enraptured out under the trees. "Oh, isn't it beautiful?" she murmured. Her humid eyes were fixed upon Noble, who was unconscious of the honour. Florence was susceptible to anything purporting to be music, and this song moved her. Throughout its delivery from Mr. Clairdyce's unseen chest, her large eyes dwelt upon Noble, and it is not at all impossible that she was applying the tender words to him, just as the vehement Clairdyce was patently addressing them to Julia. On he sang, while Noble, staring glassily at the demure lady, made a picture of himself leaping unexpectedly through the window, striding to the noisy barytone, striking him down, and after stamping on him several times, explaining, "There! That's for your insolence to our hostess." But he did not actually permit himself these solaces; he only clenched and unclenched his fingers several times, and continued to listen. "Give me your smile, the love a light in your eyes. Life could not hold a fairer paradise. Give me the right to love you all the while. My world forever, the sunshine of your smile." The conclusion was thunderous, and as a great noise under such circumstances is an automatic stimulant of enthusiasm, the applause was thunderous too. Several girls were unable to subdue their outcries of "charming" and "wonderful," not even after Mr. Clairdyce had begun to sing the same song as an encore. When this was concluded, a sigh, long and deep, was heard under the trees. It came from Florence. Her eyes, wanly gleaming like young oysters in the faint light, were still fixed on Noble, and there can be little doubt that just now there was at least one person in the world, besides his mother, who saw him in a glamour as something rare, obs, exquisite and elegant. "I think that was the most beautiful thing I ever heard," she said, and then noting a stir within the house, she became practical. "They're starting refreshments," she said. "We better hurry in, Mr. Dill, so's to get good places. Thanks to me, there's plenty to go round." She moved toward the house, but, observing that he did not accompany her, paused and looked back. "Aren't you going to come in, Mr. Dill?" "I guess not. Don't tell anyone I'm out here." "I won't. But aren't you going to come in for—" He shook his head. "No, I'm going to wait out here a while longer." "But," she said, "it's refreshments." "I don't want any. I'm going to smoke some more, instead." She looked at him wistfully, then even more wistfully toward the house. Evidently she was of a divided mind. Her feeling for Noble fought with her feeling for refreshments. Such a struggle could not endure for long. A whiff of coffee conjured her nose, and a sound of clinking china witched her ear. "Well," she said, "I guess I ought to have some nourishment," and betook herself hurriedly into the house. Noble lit another Orduma. He would follow the line of conduct he had marked out for himself. He would not take his place by Julia for the supper interval. Perhaps that breach of etiquette would "show her." He could see her no longer. She had moved out of range, but he imagined her, asking everywhere, "Has any one seen Mr. Dill?" And he thought of her as biting her lip, nervously, perhaps, and replying absently to sallies and quips. Perhaps even having to run upstairs to her own room to dash something sparkling from her eyes, and maybe to look angrily in her glass for an instant and exclaim "Fool!" For Julia was proud, and not used to be treated in this way. He felt the least bit soothed, and lightly flicking the ash from his Orduma with his little finger, an act indicating some measure of restored composure, he strolled to the other side of the house and brought other fields of vision into view through other windows. Abruptly his stroll came to an end. There sat Julia, flushed and joyous, finishing her supper in company with old Baldy Clairdyce, Newland Sanders, George Plum, 7 or 8 other young gentlemen, and some inconsidered adhering girls, the horrible barytone sitting closest of all to Julia. Moreover, upon that very moment the orchestra, in the hall beyond, thought fit to pay the recent vocalist a sickening compliment, and began to play "The Sunshine of Your Smile." Thereupon, with Julia herself first taking up the air in a dulcet soprano, all of the party, including the people in the other rooms, sang the dreadful song in chorus, the beaming Clairdyce exerting such demoniac power as to be heard tremendously over all other voices. He had risen for this effort, and to Noble, below the window, everything in his mouth was visible. The lone listener had a bitter thought, though it was a longing rather than a thought. For the first time in his life he wished that he had adopted the profession of dentistry. "Give a me the right to love a you all the while. My world's forever the sunshine of your smile." The musicians swung into dance music. Old Baldy closed the exhibition with an operatic gesture, for which alone, if for nothing else, at least one watcher thought the showy gentleman deserved hanging. And this odious gesture concluded with a seizure of Julia's hand. She sprang up eagerly. He whirled her away, and the whole place fluctuated in the dance once more. "Well now," said Noble between his teeth, "now I am going to do something." He turned his back upon that painful house, walked out to the front gate, opened it, passed through, and looked southward. Not quite 2 blocks away there shone the lights of a corner drugstore, still open to custom though the hour was nearing midnight. He walked straight to the door of this place, which stood ajar, but paused before entering, and looked long and nervously at the middle-aged proprietor, who was unconscious of his regard, and lounged in a chair, drowsily stroking a cat upon his lap. Noble walked in. "Good evening," said the proprietor, rising and brushing himself languidly. "Cat hairs," he said apologetically. "Sheddin', I reckon." Then, as he went behind the counter, he inquired, "How's the party goin' off?" It's Noble hesitated. "I stepped in to." The druggist opened a glass case. "All right," he said, blinking, and tossed upon the counter a package of Orduma cigarettes. "Old Atwater'd have convulsions, I reckon," he remarked, "if he had to lay awake and listen to all that noise. Price ain't changed," he added, referring humorously to the purchase he mistakenly supposed Noble wished to make. "15 cents, same as yesterday and the day before." Noble placed the sum upon the counter. I was thinking." He gulped. "Huh?"
said the druggist placidly, for he was too sleepy to perceive the strangeness of his customer's manner. Noble lighted an Orduma with an unsteady hand, leaned upon the counter, and inquired in a voice that he strove to make casual: "Is the soda fountain still running this late?" "Sure." "I didn't know," said Noble. "I suppose you have more calls for soda water than you do for real liquor?" The druggist laughed. "Funny thing, I reckon we don't have more'n half the calls for real liquor than what we used to before we went dry." Noble breathed deeply. "I suppose you probably sell quite a good deal of it, though, at that. By the glass, I mean. Such as a glass of something kind of strong, like whiskey. That is, I sort of suppose so. I mean, I thought I'd ask you about this." "No," said the druggist, yawning. "It never did pay well. Not on this corner, anyhow. Once there used to be a little money in it, but not much." He roused himself somewhat. "Well, it's about 12. Anything you wanted except from Ordumas before I close up?" Noble gulped again. He had grown pale. "I want," he said abruptly. Then his heart seemed to fail him. "I want a glass of—" Once more he stopped, and swallowed. His shoulders drooped, and he walked across to the soda fountain. "Well," he said, "I'll take a chocolate sundae." The thought of going back to Julia's party was unendurable. Yet a return was necessary on account of his new hat, the abandonment of which he did not for a moment consider. But about halfway, as he walked slowly along, he noticed an old horse block at the curbstone, and sat down there. He could hear the music at Julia's, sometimes loud and close at hand, sometimes seeming to be almost a mile away. "All right," he said, so bitter had he grown. "Dance! Go on and dance!" When finally he re-entered Julia's gate, he shuffled up the walk, his head drooping, and ascended the steps and crossed the veranda and the threshold of the front door in the same manner. Julia stood before him. "Noble Dill!" she exclaimed. As for Noble, his dry throat refused its office. He felt that he might never be able to speak to Julia again, even if he tried. "Where in the world have you been all evening?" she cried. "Why, Julia," he quavered. "Did you notice that I was gone?" "Did I notice?" she said. "You never came near me all evening after the first dance, not even at supper." You didn't," he faltered. "You wouldn't do anything all evening except dance with that old Clairdyce and listen to him trying to sing." But Julia would let no one suffer if she could help it, and she could always help Noble. She made her eyes mysterious, and used a voice of honey and roses. "You don't think I'd rather have danced with him, do you, Noble?" Immediately sparks seemed to crackle about his head. He started. "What?" he said. The scent of heliotrope enveloped him. She laughed her silver harp-strings laugh, and lifted her arms toward the dazzled young man. "It's the last dance," she said. "Don't you want to dance it with me?" Then to the spectators it seemed that Noble Dill went hopping upon a waxed floor and upon Julia's little slippers. He was bumped and bumping everywhere, but in reality he floated in Elysian ether, immeasurably distant from earth, his hand just touching the bodice of an angelic doll. Then, on his way home, a little later, with his new hat on the back of his head, his stick swinging from his hand, and a semi-fragrant Orduma between his lips, his condition was precisely as sweet as the condition in which he had walked to the party. No echoes of the sunshine of your smile cursed his memory, that lover's little memory, fresh washed in heliotrope; and when his mother came to his door, after he got home, and asked him if he'd had a "nice time at the party," he said, "Just glorious!" and believed it. End of Chapter 12.